From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Skidibidibidabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Kua.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat. To get your information. To the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon.
smooth. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother Tuto smooth. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, Tuto smooth. Yeah, Tuto smooth. You wanna get a news update, Tuto smooth. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today. Spoon TV. This one you got today. Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Skidibidi dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, go to there. Kua, go to there. On the spoon, yes, my true information.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon television. Spoon Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
And of course, folks, this is Spoon 107.5 FM. We're broadcasting live from Congo Town here in Liberia, wherever it is you joining us from. We'd love to say welcome to you. Welcome to tonight's edition of Liberia's premier nighttime talk show, The Spoon Talk, live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're also live on Fabric 101.1 and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. For those of you watching us via our various online outlets, Spoon TV, Super TV, or Fabric TV, better still, we have a huge following on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk. Tonight, our guest is the former Associate Justice, Councillor Kabina Jane. He joins us tonight on the show. Councillor Jane's appearance begins at 9 p.m. We've been informed. And the rest of the panelists are definitely going to join on the show. A lot of things happening in the country, interesting things happening in Liberia as well. We'll be bringing you some updates, not just from Montserrat County, but updates from other counties here in Liberia. Once again, you're welcome. Let me bring on James Samuel Gude Flomo, or talking about bringing him on. He's already on. James, how are you doing, sir?
I'm okay. God stay money me. What
Mm.
about you?
You met your chair in your room.
Hmm?
You met your chair in your room. You met your bed, your chair, your furniture. You met them in your apartment.
Yeah, I get everything intact.
Everything okay? Eh?
Yeah, everything okay, brother. Nobody can come here and vandalize my place.
No, nobody can come and do what?
To vandalize my area.
Nobody doing renovation as well.
No renovation here.
No.
If I need renovation, I have to. If they need to do renovation, they have to inform me at least a week or two ahead. You can't just come overnight and start doing quote unquote renovation here.
I thought renovation at your place as well. But news coming from across Liberia. I want to begin from Nimba County. You remember the fire truck that was donated by the businessman Floyd Toma to Nimba County?
Yep.
So that fire truck has been vandalized. It has been, stoned. The fire service men sustained injuries. Um, According to one of our reporters there in Nimba County, because the truck reportedly responded to a fire incident late in Ganta. So the angry residents, decided to crash or break the truck, stone the fire servicemen. And I'm looking at pictures here. Uh, some sustaining serious injuries. The truck has been damaged, because according to them, the fire truck arrived late on the scene of the fire. So we've been informed that those who were injured, they've been taken to medical facilities to be treated. Uh, that's one of the stories coming. Another good story coming from Maryland is that 6 students from the William V. S. Tubman University have been sent on a study program to the U.S. Dr. Olumenje is the president of the William V. S. Tubman University. He's been working wonders there. A lot of good stories coming out of there. One of such is that 6 students of that university, have been sent to the US for a study program. Um, and I'm also in Harper City. We've been informed by our correspondent there, and I'm looking at pictures too, that the city has been lit, very bright, due to the installation of solar, powered street lights. So the residents there, they hailing that, and that is something to report about as well. All right, and in Bond County, a man who went missing for at least a period of time, a 68-year-old man known as Austin T. Kekula, was over the weekend found dead. He went missing, and but sadly, he's been found. But this time, he's been found dead. And those are just stories coming from some part of Liberia that we thought to highlight. But the biggest news in the country is not that the ECOWAS mediation team has arrived. We expected them to arrive in the country, but they who break our chair, who carry our chair, who renovating, who not renovating, what's happening. Look, James, to be honest with you, right? To be very honest with Dr. Richardson, how are you doing, ma'am?
I'm good. I'm good. Diamond and James, how you guys doing?
I'm pretty well as well. I'm still I'm not going to say I'm enjoying it, but I'm intrigued by the different tactics being employed. I'm intrigued by that. I for one, I want to see how this is going to play out to the end. Whether Speaker Kofa too is going to employ tactics like what we're seeing now. That that renovation happening. If you want to host your session, we'll take away the chairs because we're renovating, and there's them reason to that, and all of these things. We want to see how this is going to play out to the end. But others have said, well, it's going to stall the country. It's an impasse that is not good for the country, and all of these things. But Dr. Richardson, this is the first time we're seeing a speaker in modern history in our second republic, holding on The rest we've seen is okay, you've been pressured and you resign, and all these things. And this precedent, this different twists and turns and all of these things, I really want to see it play out to the end and see what different moves, will be employed by the two sides, involved in this particular. You will resign, I wouldn't resign. We don't want to sit on a drama that is happening at the capital.
Yeah, Diamond, similar to your view, I'm curious to know how it's going to end, how it's going to play out. But one thing that I do know is the Liberian people are suffering because all we see when we put the news on it is that the House of Representatives, I won't say the legislature because the Senate appears to be working fine, but primarily the House of Representatives, they're in a deadlock. And the Senate is working, but the Senate and the House of Representatives at times work hand in hand. The House of Representatives have to pass issue to them, and it has to go back and forth. So at the end of the day, when all of this, when it does settle, Liberian people will feel the pinch. Who's coming to our country when this is all in our news? How our agreements, laws are going to be made that impact the Liberian people. We see the budget. We are wondering who the president is going to give the budget to. And if he is going to submit the budget to whoever, can they competently and can they speak for the Liberian people? Some might argue, what if he gives the budget to the 30-something people that belong in the camp of Fanatic Kofa? What if they only look out for their constituents? And the other might argue, what if he gives the budget to the 48, 43, I'm sorry, 43 anti-government lawmakers? Some might argue that they might only look out for their constituents, or hospitals or schools that are in their communities at the expense of neglecting the other communities that are not part of their block, if we want to call them a block. So that's the problem. So I'm curious to see how this is going to end as it relates to the chairs and the renovation. Renovation got to occur. Good day. I heard you when I came in saying, "Oh, you need 30 days before people give you notification or whatever."
When
Well,
when did I say that?
I came in, you were talking about you need notification. I don't know.
I said nothing at all.
Ah, I'm gonna play the tape. I'm gonna play the tape. Didn't I hear you say that you needed days before recommendation?
Mm-hmm. I
Ah,
said maybe like 2 weeks.
yeah, okay. 2 weeks. So I heard you saying something like 2 weeks.
Mhm.
But it'll be good on the show. We're gonna talk about this. I'm sure CEO will be talking about this in length. He's gonna talk about this in detail about what this renovation that is going on. I'm sure people had notification because I received, somebody said in my inbox. I don't know if you see that same inbox too. It was a comment from Representative Family, who was talking about the renovation that was happening. So this renovation is something that's been going on.
Thank you, Diamond.
Yeah, James. I'm in the background. I'll leave you and Dr. Richardson for a minute to do some setup quickly. Then we'll go to the phone lines for Liberians to tell us what's on their minds. But I'll be back in a minute or two, sir.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Dr. Richardson,
Mhm.
if I got you right, you talk about people fearing to to go to Liberia because of what's happening. Yeah,
Mhm.
political standoff uh, happens everywhere. We have political standoff everywhere. That we have some in Ghana or recent that they had to go through it, and at the end of the day, it was the Supreme Court. It was the High Court that ended the case. So we are still going through our own, and we did not see quote unquote your ECOWAS going to Ghana
Yeah,
to
it was. I like that.
yeah. We did not see a quote unquote ECOWAS committee or parliament going to Ghana to resolve the Ghanaian parliamentary issue. Well, they believe that they can go to Liberia. Yeah, we know everything. But there we are. Uh, Political standoff like what's happening on Capitol Hill has nothing to do with investment negotiations. I think the government is currently negotiating with investors. Like I saw a news talking about Russia establishing an embassy in Liberia. That will be a good news to have one of the superpowers coming to our country. It means now that we're going to have like three will have their embassies in Liberia. We have the Chinese embassy, the American embassy. Yes, we do have the French embassy and the British embassy, but they do not issue visa in Liberia. The French and the British, no, they do not. Even the German, they do. Yeah, before you get a French visa, you have to go to France. I'm sorry, you have to go to Cote d'Ivoire before you get your visa. So if we get Russia coming, so it means now that we're going to have the superpowers in our country. We're going to have America, we're going to have France, we're going to have Britain, and we're going to have China and Russia, the five superpower countries in the world will now be situated in our country. That's a boost for any country on the face of the earth. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a serious boost for us if we have all of them. If we have
And,
all of them,
and
yeah,
as it should be.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, politically, all of the geopolitics will play. People will argue about the Russia and America relationship and Liberia's relationship with America. That would play another great or a significant role. Yeah, but it left with us. We can decide. But
I
that's still a long. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Kude, you made a good point. I think that your last few words were extremely significant to me. One is, they should be there. This is where the world is. We are no longer in the Cold War where, countries had to align with each other. And we are also at a place in Liberia where we are seeing that our relationship with the United States at times doesn't pay out the way that we want it to pay out. Indeed, they are one of our strongest allies. They spend a lot of money in our country. I would never underestimate that or undermine that. However, I think where the world is right now, we should be seeking relationships that can contribute to building Liberia. However, though, you said it is now left with us, and that's where my antenna goes up a little bit, okay? As long as we are utilizing these relationships to develop our country for the best interests, not for one man to monopolize, what the countries can offer us. As long as we can meet them with a Liberian policy, a Liberianization policy involved, Liberian development, Liberian identity, and know how to negotiate with them. Please don't let them come into our country to dominate us because these Western powers, tell me, the idea of superiority is still ingrained in them. Okay? We have to look out for that. We really have. And I'm telling you, because I live here with them, I've encountered them, I've traveled to other parts of the world. I know their philosophy, the way how they think about Africa, how they interact with Africa. So we have to use them to make the best out of Africa, out of Liberia specifically. My second point I wanted to make, James, you said, yes, there's political stalemates and political rambling all over the world. Ghana, use Ghana as an example. Ghana just had issues in their legislature, and the Supreme Court had to resolve it. I think the speaker declared a few seats vacant, if I remember the story correctly. And it was argued that he was acting illegally. He didn't have the political power to declare seats vacant, and so the issue was taken to the Supreme Court that resolved the matter. And for me, yes, I like to look at Liberia in context. I don't like to compare Liberia with other countries. We and Ghana not equal, you know that. Even though we older than Ghana, but when it comes to literacy rate, when it comes to Ghana was colonized, Sierra Leone was colonized, we were not colonized. Just when it comes to some systematic practices, when it comes to government, the parliamentary form of government versus us using the United States form of government. So there's a lot of things. So I like to look at this whole issue in context. I also like to look at, and you say your ECOWAS. That's what you say, quote unquote, your ECOWAS didn't get involved. Yes, because the Supreme Court made a decision. You know, it didn't get to the place where, in our case, the Supreme Court had an opportunity to make a decision, and they sent the case back, saying, deeming it to some extent, quote unquote, using your word, that it was political, right? So that's why ECOWAS, having invested in Liberia heavily compared to the Ghana, compared to the Guinea, compared to other countries, Mali. Okay, they invested in us, and they know that yet, and even though we have said that we have stable elections, okay, our peace is still fragile, very fragile, and so we need bodies like ECOWAS for that, and they're coming for their own good to do their own study. That's what it said. Instead, they want to do a recommendation. They want to inquire and do a study on what is happening in our country, what's leading to it, and see how they can intervene. Because ECOWAS itself is shaky. They don't want a lot of countries themselves. They don't want to wait until last minute before they start intervening. So that's my piece to your thoughts, and I'm sure you have more to add.
Yes, I got you. And you talk about Ghana. Yes, we agree. Every nation in the world, or almost all organizations in the world, including the organizations that we worked for today, they did not start working without looking at the foundations of other institutions. So in politics, I'm not a doctor, but I know doctors will also do it. They will tell you that before you start operation on real human being, or before you carry out surgery, you have to start on, I don't know, fraud or what. You need to start on non-living thing. From there you come to living thing gradually, and then you reach to the stage of the real operation on human. So
Mhm.
if you starting from there, that is to tell you that you need to do experiment there to compare what you did on a non-living thing and a living thing before
Mhm.
applying it on real human being. So it's the same as politics. All the constitutions you see around the world and laws you see around the world today, countries copy or they compare other nations' constitutions and laws, and then they crafted theirs. So we cannot discuss our politics or our national issue without comparing to other countries around us. Like looking at the history of Ghana, let's say about maybe 50 years ago, Ghanaians were running to Liberia.
True.
Analysis, comparative,
Eh?
comparative government, comparative analysis, comparative.
Ghanaians got deported, when they got deported from
True.
Nigeria,
True.
when Ghanaians took over the Nigerian economy,
Mhm.
the Nigerian government then decided that they have to send them back home. That's how you have the Ghana must go there today in Africa. They
Mhm.
had Nigeria had to deport Ghana back, the Ghanaians who were there, and
Mhm.
Ghanaians were running down to Liberia. They came to Liberia. They spent several years in Liberia. They used to come there for salt and other things. Today, they are ahead
Yes,
of us. We can
that's right.
study, yeah, we can study them. How these people who were deported from Nigeria, they came to their country and they had to make their way to Liberia. How they made it to the top today. How can we be like them?
Mhm.
So we can do, comparison there and come up with our analysis, the same as the politics.
And yes,
Yeah.
I, I agree with you. I think Dama was in the background talking about, there's a certain part of politics what they call comparative analysis. And I'm sure you know that I have a master's degree in political science, but uh, I talk about context. That's the word that I use. So yes, we can use a beautiful word. You said craft it. We can craft, which means that we can create our own by looking at context, comparing our context. There's the human heart is bigger, larger. So even if you operating on a frog, you have to look at the context in which you are operating on. And that's what I mentioned. So the context I said, if you look at a country like Ghana, yes, you're right. I remember when the Sierra Leoneans and the Ghanaians used to teach in our schools. In fact, when they came to Liberia, they were, known as teachers in our schools. And I remember when they came. And so we got to look at the context in which they were colonized. Liberia was not. When you are colonized, the people then put in system in place, like working order systems. The British people, they love to make people work hard, especially in the colonies, and they did that. The Ghanaian economy is different from ours, so we have to compare. Our literacy rate is different, very different. How we understand issues, development is different. So we have to compare, okay? And we have to craft, like you said, craft from what they have, their foundation, and see how it applies to us. What's good? What can we take out of these people's system that is good?
Yeah.
Now, if
Mhm.
the Supreme Court would have taken a hint from them to say, well, let's solve our own problems using our national constitution, our body, national body of the land, Liberia, to solve our issue. I'm sure ECOWAS was going to take a backseat, or maybe ECOWAS was still going to come. I don't even know.
So, yeah, with the issue that has to do with the Supreme Court,
Hmm.
the Supreme Court has not gone through a case. That is a full case to say the full bench had to hear a case. This was just a complaint that was filed, and it's the normal procedure. There was no procedural error. It's the normal procedure that the registry is not satisfied with James. Go to Damo, who is the justice in chamber, file injunction on or prohibition blocking James or
Hmm.
that the registry for doing this.
Hmm.
And that that justice in chamber said, I see no reason and there's no law that will authorize me to place prohibition on this guy from entering this room. There's no law that do not negate the fact that you cannot still take a complaint to, how you call it, the full bench. If you take it to the full bench, there will be a ruling. The full bench will have to go through it and then come out with a ruling to say you are right, you are wrong. But what happened was just a prohibition, and the prohibition is not the end. And the prohibition is in line with the Constitution that says that the Supreme Court shall not interfere with the work of the legislature, and there's no time that the Supreme Court shall, disrupt or dissolve the legislature. Even in the time of emergency, the Supreme Court shall not dissolve the legislature. So, like, blocking one side would be this. And I think I heard yesterday, I cannot confirm that Speaker Kofa is taking the matter to the full bench.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that I cannot confirm. That's why I have not talked about it yet. But
Hmm.
I heard that he's taking the matter to the full bench. And then that way we will know now who's right and who's wrong. But like
Yes.
this, it's still okay. But that's something I cannot confirm. Like I said, I
Yeah.
heard it yesterday from my sources from his camp,
Mhm.
but they told me that it's still in the preparation stage. But he's contemplating on taking the matter to the full bench of the Supreme Court. That way, you have all of the justices in chamber. How you call it at the Supreme Court? Going through the matter.
Yeah.
So there was nothing wrong from the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court did not feel on the matter. So to me, as an individual, I believe that there was no need for external peacekeepers to come.
Peacekeepers, you say mediators. But Dr. Richardson and James, I know you want to have your last say
No,
before
no, no, no. Actually, come on in, please come on in.
go to the phone lines quickly for Liberians to tell us what's on their
Absolutely.
minds. The ECOWAS mediation team is in the country. We did see their brief press briefing at the VIP lodge of the Roberts International Airport. Their itinerary is already up. Those they will be meeting. But President Weiger has said he's not attending any ECOWAS mediation meeting. They can go. They can feel free to.
Yeah, it made no sense though to me. That was
That
the
is
right
not
decision from the president.
the president has said he's not availing himself. He's in country though. Nobody should tell you the president is not here. The president is here, but he's not availing himself to any ECOWAS mediation team. Whether
So
he
what
meet
that means,
them
what does that say?
off the record just as a courtesy call or anything of that sort, but he's not going to sit in any meeting and have mediation talks and everything because
He should not even answer their calls.
but James, probably when you get your job as presidential advisor, political advisor, you will be telling him what to do, or whichever president will be
He
in
should
the
not even.
office.
No, Damo, I'm coming here. Before you go, last night Spoon was the first to get that news, and we broke the news when most Liberians were in bed, right? And when I got that news, I was happy. When the guys were writing the story, I was like watching them, and I was happy, and I said, "This is what I was waiting for." And luckily for me, it worked out. When they brought it, said you what they're going to be doing in Liberia, I did not see anything that has to do with JNB. I was happy at dance. I said, JNB is not a community chairman that you will say I'm going to the chairman. He's the president of the Republic of Liberia, for God's sake. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. He's the president of the Republic of Liberia.
Just want to give folks very soon we'll start soliciting the funds for the Christmas giveaway for the rice. But others have already started making their contributions as well. We want to say thank you to the FPU USA chairman, the Fuller Progressive Union USA chairman, who donated 500 USD. That's President Alhaji Abraham Sangari. He provided 500 USD. And okay, that's one. And also the
Servant Leadership Network.
Servant Leadership Network also provided 500 USD, and we want to tell them thank you, both networks. We want to tell them thank you, both organizations. We want to tell them thank you for that as well. We want to tell them thank you for that. So once we're ready, we'll put up the Cash App numbers and the donation channels for which Liberians can also contribute as we go in towards the Christmas season to at least do something for our people back home as we did last year. But Justice Jane is already here. Councillor Jane is already here. Councillor Kabina Mohammed Jane is already here. He's going to be our guest on the show. We'll go to the phone lines briefly to speak
He's
with.
still Justin.
No, he's not. He's not.
Okay, just for clarity.
He's councillor. That's why I made the correction. He's Councillor Kabina Janet, former Associate Justice, Supreme Court of Liberia. All right, 077771075, 055101075. If you have a dispute with anybody, you got chair, furniture, and other things, you make sure you
Oh, Damo, you did. We did not give them this information just before you call. The people who claim that their chairs were damaged bought new chairs for tomorrow, so they have new chairs now.
Money rolling.
But they're not working. The people working, they get their own money
for chair service and things like that. Chair and cheap to buy.
Yeah, those chairs are maybe around 15 or 20.
Still, it's not the money, it's how you appropriate your money.
That the richest thing you can buy even 50 of those chairs.
Yes,
So
I can buy it, but how I use my money is.
But you want to understand? Or
they
I
will go
don't.
spend.
I don't. They got a place to go. They got a place to work.
I love her adjective. She called them the anti-constitutional members.
Yes, anti-government,
you got it, Giza. So you got
The
it.
anti-government representatives.
anti-government,
I think I'm going to use. I will borrow that word in one of my stories. Anti-government, and then it say that the richest in quote that the richest.
Look at you. Y'all just have too much talk here. Noise.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
For a minute, 077771075, 055101075. Those are the numbers to call. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to join on the show. But JMB says he's not meeting ECOWAS mediation team. This morning we woke up to the news whether it was vandalization or renovation. Some kind of station or some kind of show is happening up on Capitol Hill that has got the chairs from the John Chambers missing. Those who are in charge has defended that the renovation works has been ongoing for a while, and they want to get the John Chambers prepared before the State of the Nation address. Whatever the move is, the drama on Capitol Hill that keeps being twists and turns. Hello, good night to you. Your name and where you calling us from? And yeah, they say good morning.
Hello?
Yes, let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, I'm brother Koluba Flomo.
Go ahead, Koluba.
I've come from Pinsville, Kubacho.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why it is true that every Maru is going on in the house there. For me, I'm facing a serious problem. I have a large problem. My knee is swelling up, and I'm present at the hospital. So I call for the Spoon family to help me with my hospital bill, help me, or even Spoon and that of all of the workers to please help me at least be able to pay my bill so they will be able to do the surgery and let me get from the hospital.
Okay, sir. We're sorry to hear that. We wish you a speedy recovery, and we hope and pray that someone can be of service to you. Thank you. Hello.
Good evening.
Pleasant night to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Good evening, Dr. and the others. My name is Togu Fofana in Baje Faje tonight. Damo, day before yesterday, on Saturday, Dr. Rogersi has very, very important question. Dr. Rogersi said we are the Bwaka, what have changed? Saying President Bwaka can't empower John last year. Damo, a lot of things have changed. Number one, the auditor player in noise here, auditor down. Number two, that already see, you can criticize anytime. You can come in the bread today, you want anytime. If you two or anyone, nobody will get down to even borrow you. Unless we are that yesterday said, anybody calls me, you now work in the city of Monrovia free. Number two, number three, a lot of things is happening. This time around, last year, we are buying their horses and they will pay duplicate for that. But to take
sir.
not do
We
that.
have to leave it there.
Yesterday, we are going to work. Anytime you need to go to work, Carasco taking photo.
Thank you.
Video is the best president ever.
Today,
Thank you. See the president.
Thank you, sir. I have to leave it at that. Hello.
Hello.
You live. Let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, this is Princess calling from Tishpifi.
Go ahead.
What's on my mind is our yellow machine. One, the government to see about the yellow machine, then it can so that our people can find jobs. The thing I said is the Lebanese people, the Indian people, the Chinese people, they're using our people too much. Our people work for Sunday to Sunday, no resting. They use the people in our own country, they use our people in our country like we slave. So I'm gonna build that on my mind. Yeah, let the government try and bring our machine so that our brothers and our sisters can find jobs to do, so that the Lebanese can start using our people in our own country like a slave.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. 077771075 555101075. Hello.
Hello.
You live. Go ahead. 1 minute, please.
I'm one master calling on Hotel Pekaro. You see what happened in this country? When people asking you what the change between real regime and
President Bokai. They have a great teaching, very, very great teaching. Your studio down there was harassed several times and closed down. What can now talk? I mean, in the government, you can talk in that place. You ever see them passing through your pen there? But you put it to be talking, you're in fear. It happens in this country, everybody's so.
Okay, so please call back, sir, as you are making your point. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Diamond. My name is Noble Fumble, and I'm calling from New Hope, Minnesota. What's on my mind today is the disservice the House of Representatives is doing to the Liberian people. This is unfair. These people are getting paid unjustifiable amounts of money for doing nothing to advance the country or improve the people's lives. You want to remove a speaker, there's a constitutional process that people need to go through. And they need to go through, if it says 2/3 vote, that's what they need to go through. You cannot refuse to meet with the duly elected speaker in the House chamber on the House floor and do debate and make a vote and things like that. And then you say you want to remove the speaker. So because you want to remove the speaker, you choose to have a separate block, calling it majority block. It doesn't work that way. We cannot normalize this kind of behavior from our legislative leaders. They're getting paid to serve the Liberian people, and they're not doing it. They're failing us, and this is unacceptable.
Thank you,
they
sir.
all need to be fired.
Thank
Seriously.
you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Let's take another
Okay,
person.
bye.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
You live. Go ahead. 1 minute, please.
And let me say good evening to His Excellency President Boakai, including all your panelists that are reaching the CEO Standard Waterspoon. Some of the people from Broadway this is Sunday. So I got a man to speak to my president. The incorporation of other folks in the government is not at the satisfaction of Liberian people. There are people who are served for so long. We need young people who have a president with innovation, with vision to get the country forward, because we feel a thing that there are people who are being incorporated in the government. They are not productive. They are not innovative. They are not having a president. So we are grateful in number one. What Samuel Covenant do? I mean, Samuel Covenant will say doing in the government. No, it's a president. It's time for to get the opportunity, the future of our country, so they can see the progress of the Liberia.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the show.
Thank you, sir. Hello, to you on the WhatsApp number. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Dama. This is Prince Jacob calling from Indianapolis. Good evening to you, James. Long time. Hey, I think what the president did, it was good. Instead of sitting with the ECOWAS delegate, he took himself on in it. That's better. Whatsoever the government doing to Capitol Hill, they will continue doing it, but at least the president should not be involved into such a thing. The ECOWAS leader can go and meet whosoever they want to meet, but the president should be out of those things.
Thank you.
So I appreciate you guys, and we're following the show.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you for following as well. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
You live. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name is Muhu Bobo, calling from Sodota, Bon County, Lower Bon County. Let me say this. Other people always making some statement, doing example with the president. It was representative that elected their speakers, and we the citizens, we the one elected them. And also, no one should set in that example that people elect their own leader to hear them be comparing that person with the president. It was 75% of the Liberians that elected Mr. Boakai. So it's such an example. Other people are setting, they say, if someone can just wake up one day to say 25% or 40% of the population say we don't want to say Boakai in your step down. It's different from the speaker. They were the same people that elected him, that the same people saying why. But we the Liberian people, we are not making that example. And all people face our role. They want to hear other guys and spoil it. But when something fall, it hard to fix. So he's trying his best. He'll lead it, papi. Thank you.
All right, let's take this person on the WhatsApp line. Hello.
Yes, hello, Dama.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Fine.
Hello to the panelists and hello to Liberians that are listening. Yes, I give God the glory for the preacher. I'm calling for Junior Emmanuel. I hear a little just speaking about the Lebanon and the Indian. They are suffering Liberian people. But I don't know whether the Liberian is still suffering their own people. Look at the representative in the country there. Look at what they're doing, holding the whole country at hostage. And you're not looking at that one. Look at the steel. Look at the steel rod in that country where being manufactured in that country. Steel rod now, you go there, you ask for it. And more than that, anything they create in the country, when you use your pay $6, when they make it in the country, you pay almost $10.
Okay, sir.
Tell me what the profit or is. And when they're making steel nail, look at go look at nail part right now. Look at the nail, what they're facing the nail in the country, what the Liberian people is supposed to benefit from other it. No, they're facing steel raw over there. Look at the steel raw, what they're facing in our country there.
Thank you, sir.
Steel raw was $6, say, but look at steel raw now, because they're facing the steel raw in our country, it go to $9.
All right,
Let
Chief.
the representative
Sadly,
go
we have
to
to
work.
leave it right
That
there
the
and take another
representative
person.
is suffering us. Our own people suffering us.
All right,
That's
sir.
all I want to say. They're suffering us. Look at in the hospital. Look in the hospital.
All right, Chief. Sorry, but I have to take another person. Hello. Hello to you on the orange line. How are you? Hello.
Hello.
You live, sir. Please go ahead. 1 minute, quickly.
Yeah, this is Jackson S. Sherman from Bannerville Drive. Yeah, my concern has to do with those lost people. They are sure it's very clear that those people that come for the Liberian. My suggestion is one to make any question in that this would you put a king there would take them from power. Don't mean they are not here to help the country, they only here to destroy the country. When I put a general bargain or to be a loser, they will never put them for them to be painful out of the Liberian. We are tired with their business. They are the enemy of this state. The enemy of this state. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, Boomberger, what's up, Chief?
Thank you very much, Diamond. Thanks to all of you. I see Uncle Sam in the back. I see Consider the former Associate Justice Kabila Jane. I see Diamond is working up with the counselor, Dr. Richardson. Good evening to you, Glennie. Good evening. Good day. And guys, again, you know, with the adjustment of time, work schedule, we can meet you halfway. I believe it's 9:23 in Liberia, 4:23 here. We're so happy to come to you again with a wonderful, wonderful program as scheduled. The Supreme Court, the House of Representatives, the executive, the president, ECOWAS engagement, national issue of every kind. We want to say, please, please, please share our show. We reach out to Facebook. This thing about your name is appearing as Facebook user. Facebook is working on it. It's nothing have to do with us. It's all about Facebook and StreamYard. They are working on it and it will be fine. So please share our show. Tell somebody that the Spoon Talk is on. And we will be bringing you nothing but the best. Dr. Richardson, good evening, my sister.
Glendy, good day. I talked to you already. Yeah, hello. How you doing?
Yep.
Hello,
Glenny?
Doc. Hello. Happy Monday.
Yes. Happy Veterans Day as well.
Yeah. Happy.
It's Veterans Day today.
Yes.
Yes.
So happy
Yeah, I remember when I see why the people were calling me. I remember.
You're veteran?
Yeah.
Can I give my husband a happy Veterans Day shout out?
No, seriously. You can listen. I went in. I did my medical. I did my registration. I went to the hotel. I slept there. They woke me up in the morning 3 times. This is your first wake-up call. This is your first wake-up call. I was still sleeping. After another hour, they came back again. This is your second wake-up call. This is your second wake-up call. Uncle Sam know what I'm saying. I went through all of that. I went to Pemberton. You know, the Air Force Base, McGuire Air Force Base in Pemberton, New Jersey. I was there, Uncle Sam. I can explain that story. I am a veteran.
But Jada told abroad business, man.
Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, are you going to do this to me?
No, but it's okay. I just said that. Let's go talk about Joe Burger. You want to talk about Joe Burger, baby? Why you want to talk about that?
Every day we talk about Joe Burger. Every day we must talk about Joe Burger. He's the president of the Republic of Liberia. We must talk about him because this too is Liberia. If he's performing well, we will talk about him. If he's not, we will talk about him. But right now, before we bring in the former Associate Justice Cabinet M, Janet on, I'd like to hear from you guys. Dr. Richardson, the state of the affairs right now in Liberia, real quick, because it's going to be great today. Your man, what's going on with Liberia right now? Where are you?
I'm concerned about the rule of law. I'm concerned about what's happening in the legislature, specifically the House of Representatives. I'm just overall concerned about economy. So I hope that through our discussion today, we'll get to hear what Justice Jennings' take on what is happening in the legislature, especially he was impeached by the Senate in previous years. So I'm looking forward to a good show. I know woke up this morning, they were talking about chairs issue and renovation. Every day there's something, never a dull moment in our country, but we got to keep pressing on.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Let's hear you. We have the guest. He's seated, and we'll be bringing him on shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the former Associate Justice, and I also heard he's the former Justice Minister. Everything about him is former, but he's always served, and he will continue to serve as counselor. Let's hear you, Glennie. Talk to us. 30 seconds real quick. I mean, what are you thinking right now? What's going on with Liberia right now?
I don't even know what's going on with them over there. But anyway, hello to everybody. Hello to all the viewers. It's good to be back on. Lots of intriguing things happening today. I watched Spoon with the issue at LU throwing rocks. Seems to be the new focus for the day. That as soon as there's a little bit of a tension and people start throwing rocks. We also watched the Senate, the joint chambers. Come to find a little, I'm sure it'll be something that we'll be talking about. But I think this the country as it is, this whole thing with the representative, it really needs to end like yesterday. It should have ended. They really need to be able to end this saga because it's gonna hold the country hostage, and it just needs to stop. So we're looking forward to the discussions today.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. It's good to see you, sir. What's on your mind? Liberia, the weekend. What's going on?
So, Stanton, oh my God, there's so much we have to do, and the thing is, we have like common understanding among ourselves. There is really nothing to fight about. Right? There is nothing to fight about. So we have one government that is in power, and we all in the democracy that we love and cherish. We basically, cooperate with that. With the people in power, but it appears there is too much infighting, and what that infighting, what the basis of that infighting, I really don't understand it, where it's coming from. So I would like to see leadership come from the executive, elderly statesman, father of the nation kind of type, to put us under one umbrella to make sure that we as one people, but it appears like this is this factionalization of the government, majority black, minority black, and then we picking sides, people picking the minority side, people picking the majority side. It doesn't all go well for the development of the country. And trust me, Stand-up, if this thing continues, okay, and I don't know how long it's going to continue, it will really be destabilizing to the country. So, first of all, President Booker needs to say something, at least appear like he's making some efforts. I mean, I hear some people on the other side say, well, this is strictly a legislative matter, separation of powers. But I mean, all countries of the world, the
Thank
president
you.
try to exert some kind of influence to resolve this impasse. Well,
Thank you, Uncle Sam. You are quite correct. The president must speak, or if he chooses not to speak, that's a message. Once he remains silent, then that's a message likewise. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Uncle Sam, you want to add something?
just give me a minute. I have a repair man for my roof. I talk to him for a second. Okay, I'll be right back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this show. Let's bring in the counselor. Let's bring in the former associate justice. Let's bring in the former justice minister. In his honor, Councillor Kabina Janin. Councillor, welcome to the show, sir. How are you doing today?
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm doing great. Thank God.
Thank you very much for accepting our invite on different level. We're so happy to see you. The Liberian people are so happy to have you today to listen to you legally on everything that is happening. That's why we say national issues, because when I ask you, you should stand to anything. And I like when you say anything, because then I go deeper, and without restriction. But we're so happy to see you again for the second or third time you're appearing on Spoon Talk. We'll give you the chance, Councillor. What the state of the nation to you, what you make about the current trending issue in our country? Use that as your intro, sir.
Well, we are going through a difficult situation, a situation where a lot of things happening and things that Liberians will not ordinarily be proud of. We have a situation at the legislature where people seem to be fighting about issues that are so clear in the law, and we just need to follow the law to resolve. We also have security situation where people are thrown to jail and then they are removed there by security people under the cover of night. By those who in fact are supposed to be protector of the people. All of these are happening and we are hearing very little.
Councillor, I beg you. Dama, can you work on the sound? We're getting a bad feedback, Dama. Please. If you want to make adjustment in the microphone or something, please. Let's try again, see whether it's good, but we were hearing some scribbling and...
Okay, let me see if is this better?
Yeah, can you increase his volume a little bit, Dama? It's better now. We're not hearing the back sound any longer. So let's see if we can increase your volume.
Okay, I was saying that a lot of things happen in the country right now. We see this big problem at the level of the House of Representatives, which in my mind have become a problem, of course, that unfortunately didn't just need to exist at all because the laws in my mind are just very clear. And then we also have a situation in the country where security people, security personnel who are under the law required to provide security protection for people are themselves becoming breakers of the law, such that some of them could even be charged with kidnapping. And all of this at a time when you have a national leadership that has remained just silent, saying nothing. And for me, this is kind of worrisome. So I think that will be my intro. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much. Now, we have the issue about the House of Representatives concerning your client, the Honorable Speaker, J. Funati Kofa. We have the issue about one of your clients also, the Guinea national, whether Liberian or Guinea, we are all confused. You will let us know. His whereabouts, we saw demonstration on the street. People are concerned, where is he? I mean, the government not speaking to this issue. We'd like to know your take because he's your client. And this government, almost 10 months, the year is about to come to an end. What's happening? I mean, what's your take on the performance of the government and all the other national issues that we can squeeze in? Again, as long as you want to stay with us, this is your program. We say we'll be happy to keep you. If you choose to leave early, again, we respect that. But now let's get into the show. Let's start with the House of Representative issue. You represented for that, or you are, you did. What's the status right now with the House of Representative concerning your client for that you qualify the speaker?
You know, when the situation at the House of Representatives started, and some of us as lawyers got involved, we thought that there was a legal remedy, a legal solution. So we went to the court and we filed an appropriate petition asking the court to intervene. Unfortunately, the justice in chambers declined. Now, under our system of practice, when the person sitting in the Supreme Court as justice in chambers decides not to act, then that justice will issue something we call a decline. Now, our practice does not allow an appeal under that circumstance. So that becomes final. But from the standpoint of the Supreme Court, no decision has been made. So you cannot appeal. And that was unfortunate because we had thought that the issue of removing speaker is a matter that is settled in our jurisdiction. We had a case, if you can recall, regarding former Speaker Edwin Snow. We also had similar situation with the removal of Senator Azi Nyanebu. And also, before they come into office of Mrs. Selly, there was one regarding Speaker George Due. All of these raise particularly one essential question: how you remove a speaker or one who has been elected by his colleagues as head of the House of Representatives, or in the case of Aze Nyenebu, elected as President pro tempore. The court has spoken on all of these issues. So to see a repeat of the same situation, and then people say around that this is a political issue, I mean, it's just mind-boggling.
So, Honorable Councillor, we spoke to your client, Councillor Kofa. He said, I am not resigning. Let's get to it. Let's get to the juice of this thing. The decision by the executive to send a letter to the chief clerk. I mean, what's your position? Do you think the budget will be sent to Funati Kofa, the speaker, or do you think the budget will be sent to the 43 men and women who is opposing and trying to remove Funati Kofa?
My understanding is that the practice has always been to send the budget, the draft budget, to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And that is done in his capacity as the presiding officer of the House of Representatives. I know of no other way to do it as a matter of law.
If the executive recognized the 43 men by sending them the budget, speak to the president's decision if he takes such a decision.
Well, I wonder who the president's advisors are, because I wouldn't think that the president should deviate from express language of the Constitution. The head of the House of Representatives, as designated by the Liberian Constitution of 1986 as amended, speaks to who presides over the House of Representatives. And clearly, it's the Speaker. In the absence, and I want to use that word very clearly, in the absence of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker. So if you want to address an official communication to the House of Representatives, I would think that this is not an issue of number, or an issue of following the dictates of the Constitution of Liberia.
Now I'm going to bring it Dr. Richardson, Glennie. Again, Diamond, please, can you make those adjustments? Maybe you need to move the mark further. We're getting that feedback, which is not so right. For us to hear the counselor correctly. Dr. Richardson, Glennie, and Uncle Sam Jackson. Dr. Richardson, your question, man.
Councillor Janet, it's good to have you in the studio. I recall you were here before, but it's really great having legal minds like you talk about the pressing issues in our country. My question to you is, you were impeached by the Liberian Senate for several allegations, including granting a rate of prohibition, petition by the petroleum dealers to stop the government from collecting the taxes of 25 cents at the pump. Now that you have had the opportunity to reflect, I know you fought this case, you went to ECOWA, but I'm just believe that you have had the opportunity to reflect, to process, what happened. Do you see any similarities between your case of impeachment and the removal of a speaker?
Well, yes, certainly I would say yes, there is a similarity in a sense that there are stipulations in the Constitution as to how the legislature may lawfully, legally embark on impeachment exercise. For example, they must vote on articles of impeachment in the lower house, which is the House of Representatives, and with a simple majority, they will move the matter to the Senate, and at the end, the Senate must vote, and there must be 2/3 majority in order to convict the person. And it should be followed by a judgment. Now, it will appear to me that most of those processes or stipulation in the law were not necessarily followed, because most of the people in the legislature at the time just thought that this is just a political thing, so you can do whatever way you want to. It's unfortunate that there were lawyers among them who I think failed, in my mind, advise the legislature properly. So, yeah, there's similarity, and the similarity, man, is that this tendency of just flagrantly disregarding procedural requirements set out in the Constitution. I think that's the similarity we see here.
Yes.
In our law, the members of the House of Representatives have the authority to elect their officers, including the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and others. They also are vested with the authority to remove them, but the Constitution says for cause.
Yeah.
Cause which must be in conformity with due process of law. Due process means if you have complaint against John Brown, John Brown is cited, he appear in an orderly fashion, and then he's presented your complaint and accorded an opportunity to respond to the complaint in a manner that will protect his rights. When you don't do that, then that person's rights on a due process have been violated. And if in our jurisprudence, if the Supreme Court has been clear on any matter, that is protection of due process of law.
Great.
When Edwin Snow was removed, the Supreme Court ordered that they go back and follow the process that will guarantee that he received due process of law. He decided at that point that once the Supreme Court had made that point very eloquently that he will withdraw, he will resign. And I thought that was a bad precedent. Because of that, many people think, oh, when this thing happens, just resign. Now, we can't run a country like this, a lawless country. You know, we have to be people that, and you know, we always forget that one of the primary causes that have been identified by researchers, scholars, for the war, the violent war we went through is their lack of respect for the law.
Yes.
And it seems like we're degenerating again into that, unfortunately.
Okay. So, my second question to you is just goes back to what you're saying. You mentioned that there were missteps in the processes. You also mentioned that there were degeneration in the rule of law. Okay. You took Liberia's government to task and you took them to ECOWAS. And you know, ECOWAS ordered that they pay you $200,000 as reparation for violation of your human rights. I know you not quite at liberty to say this, but does this present an opportunity for Senator Kofa to take the Liberian government to court if he's not given due process? And we will have to, our government will have to shove up paying him that $200,000 or more.
I will first, as his lawyer, tell him not to resign. But let's get to the point where he decides to, okay, this is what I'm doing this because of this, so I will resign.
Sure.
And I believe that his right at that point had been violated. I would be very glad to accompany him to the ECOWAS court. Unfortunately, for our country, we don't have a government that has any respect for the rule of law. So going there and coming back, I don't know what you're going to get out of it other than the statement of your case. You be in the law book that will say this man won the case, but I'm not sure you're going to get much out of a Boakai government.
Oh, so they're not paying you?
They have not even spoken to me about it.
Okay, I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It's very important to know that we will be diving in these different issues. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Councillor Kabinan M. Janet. We really do appreciate your comments, and we will take it on to him. You got something on your mind, we really want to share the program with you. So go on Facebook and share the show. Spoon FM, Spoon Talk on Facebook, Fabric FM, Fabric on Facebook, Super FM, Super on Facebook, Instagram, and all the other social media outlets. Invite your friend, turn the volume of your radio on. Right now, as we're speaking to the councillor, the entire country watching, political leaders are watching. Let's do some takeaway from this program tonight. Welcome to the show, Mame. Sis Glenny, your question.
Councillor Janet, it's good to see you. It's always good to talk to you, a man of law. I want to ask you directly, and I hope not to put you on the spot, but I want to ask you, what is your opinion about the judge's ruling as it relates to the prohibition?
Well, Mr. Justice Bessie is a renowned lawyer. He's been in the judiciary for a while now. I had thought that he would have considered sending this matter to the Supreme Court, the quoting bank, we call it, so that this issue could be dealt with. And if he had done so, perhaps he would have saved us of this trouble today that we are going through. That's what I think. But again, the way our system is run, once you are the justice sitting in chamber, the rule is that you are there alone. You consult your colleagues, but the decision whether to grant or decline a rate is left exclusively with your sound discretion. And in this case, Justice Bessie was of the view that probably he would decline, and that's what he did. I wasn't too happy with it, but again, this is a decision on our system that is not appealable.
So when I'm hearing from you, and thank you for being very honest in that question. That's what I thought would be the right answer. So I appreciate your honesty. When I'm hearing you talk about our country, Liberia, you being a Liberian, a man, a scholar, and you're saying that the country is one of lawlessness or one that don't follow the law. The government does not follow the law. What do you think? And I know you can have interference from the executive onto the judicial branch, but in this situation, what if you were president of Liberia? What would be your response to this situation that is tantamount to causing a stalemate in our country?
I think now you say if our president is starting like that, so no, when the Constitution speaks about coordination, I can't see a better opportunity to do so than the situation we are faced with. To see leaders of the country just sit back and do literally nothing until other people come from all over to come in. I mean, it's just a big.
I beg to interrupt you on this, Councillor. Be that right. What you mean to see leader of the country? Just said, but who are you referring to? Which branch are you referring? You went to the Supreme Court. Decision was made. Who next in line? The vice president or the president? If you said to see leader, who I mean, help us understand.
I still remember when we had people like Bishop Michael Francis, Bishop Dix, Bishop Brown, Sheikh Kafumba. These were people right in this country. And they intervened whenever they saw the need to do so. We have a president who had not even seen it fit to say one word. And then we have West Africans coming here to come in and say that, want to do. I mean, it's just a big shame, frankly. I feel really terrible about this.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gandhi. We're going to welcome Abula Mame and Web Mame met us. That way we'll continue. We're seeing the other folks in the back. We're going to bring them on. Mame, before we bring you in, I want to go back to, I'm going to squeeze in this one question, then Mame will come in. During your impeachment trial, the speaker you represent today, he was chairman of judiciary. What led you to represent him?
Something, I was associated with the war, and I had the opportunity to attend the peace talks in Accra. And then I started to look at Liberia that I was born in the way I saw our various communities living together. And then to see us fight a war that was so violent kept me just researching what's the problem? Where did we go wrong as a nation? And then those who have had the time to look at it say, when you begin not to respect the law, that's what happened to you as a nation, as a people. When I got into Fonati's case, many people call me, why will you go defend Fonati? I say, you think I really defend Fonati? I have a desire to work to ensure the rule of law in Liberia. And anytime I see something that I think is wrong, is not being handled as dictated by law, I will do whatever little I can to help the situation. This is not about Fonati. It's not. This for me is about the rule of law. So, I mean, they see people come on, man. And I say to you, I say, the day I've even, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but the day I see you taking job here, to, because, you know, I lecture at the law school and I teach sometimes constitutional law. My understanding of the law is the kind of constitution we have gave blanket immunity to certain people. If you don't like the law, go and change it. But when you keep it on the books, we got to abide by it. So that's it. This is not about Fonati, Sandy, to answer your question clearly. It's not about this for me is about the rule of law and whatever little I can do in my lifetime to strengthen it in our country. Unfortunately, we are degenerating into lawlessness. This is truly unfortunate, especially under a government that prided itself with coming to restore rule of law. I mean, it's terrible.
Thank you very much, Councilor Mohammed. Y'all, 2 questions, sir.
Thank you, Central. I really had 2 questions, but when the councillor thought to emphasize rule of law, I mean, it brought a question to me. Rule of law. Your client went to the Supreme Court, because we're talking rule of law now. Went to the Supreme Court, took few complaints to the Supreme Court, and said, based on these complaints, you, Councillor Janet, and others pleaded that the action of the majority was illegal and unconstitutional. Therefore, the Supreme Court should prohibit all and every activities they were doing. You talk about respecting the rule of law. The justice in Chima said we cannot prohibit their activity, tacitly saying they should continue or their action is not unconstitutional as we argue. So where is the argument here now about violating Constitution? My question to you is, now that the Supreme Court has ruled and you would like for people to uphold the rule of law and abide by it, now that the Supreme Court has ruled that it cannot prohibit the action of the majority, what has been your advice to your client?
Okay, thank you. I think I need to make some clarification there. When the Supreme Court Justice in Chambers says I decline, that is not a decision that you call he had denied your petition. No. He simply say, I'm not acting. That's why under the rule, you cannot appeal it. Any one of the justices sitting in chambers, when they make a decision, that decision is appealable. When he say I decline, and he can't say anything more than that, I decline, the Supreme Court has maintained the position that that is not a decision, therefore he can appeal it. And that's all he said. He didn't say I deny. If he said I deny your petition, we could appeal it to the full bench. So in other words, he said, I'm taking no action. And I don't know whether you can interpret that to say he denied it. No. And there are other ways to go to the Supreme Court. That's not the only way. And we have advised our client that there are legal remedies. And we'll pursue them once he tells us go ahead. So this is not the end of the travel, no. And we will want to ensure that we follow. If Funati resign, for me, That would be a big disappointment.
Second question, and it's still on this issue about the Supreme Court's ruling. You technically use two words, decline, and the other word, I think you say it was refused to. I mean, how you put it? Because the question I want to ask is, the ruling of the Supreme Court did not go as you requested, or the justice in chamber. The decision of the justice in chamber did not go as you requested. I'm not a lawyer. This is my interpretation. You requested.
Right.
Say everything these people are doing is constitutional, is illegal. So I come to you, justice in chamber, to declare all their activities unconstitutional and illegal and stop them from doing it.
Right.
And the justice in chamber said, no, I cannot do it. My interpretation as not a lawyer is because I cannot stop them to do it, they can go ahead and do it. Or it is not unconstitutional because it is the Supreme Court, it is the judge's responsibility to uphold the Constitution. So if the judge believe that those actions were unconstitutional and illegal, the judge will have put a stop to unconstitutional and illegal action. The fact that they did not do it, my interpretation as a non-lawyer is the action is not unconstitutional, it's not illegal. Do you believe so?
Well, I mean, that's what you say, but the way the lawyers will understand a little different. For example, when we filed the petition asking for the issuance of the writ of prohibition, there are two writs that are available at that point. One we call provisional writ, which is to say I put temporary stay on this matter until I hear all of you in a conference. The justice issued that. And in that stay order, he said, meanwhile, you are ordered to stay all further proceedings and or action in the matter pending the outcome of the conference.
Correct.
Then he cited us to a conference on November 4. We went to the conference, we had preliminary presentations, and then he said, okay, you will hear from me. The next thing we got from the chambers was a statement at decline. Now, if it is a decision, then I will have a right to appeal. But because the Supreme Court has stated time and again that that is not a decision, so we couldn't say anything to the contrary. So the next question will be, logically, can you go back to the Supreme Court? Yes, we can go back to because the issues we raised have not been dealt with. They have not been answered. We say these people are proceeding in a manner that conflict with the express language of the Constitution. The judge said they didn't write any opinion, any ruling to say, no, they haven't, or yeah, they have. Yeah, he didn't. He wrote nothing other than saying, I decline. In our practice at the Supreme Court, we say when the judge says, I decline, that is not a subject of appeal. Can we go back to the Supreme Court? Yes. And there are many ways to go to the Supreme Court. Now, whenever this petition now, there's something called declaratory judgment, where I can go to the lower court and raise the same constitutional question and say, these are the questions I want you to deal with. State my rights under the law as put in this petition. And if the court at that point cannot deal with those questions, the court will forward that matter to the Supreme Court. Then it comes to the Supreme Court at the level almost like an appeal. And the Supreme Court must hear it. But not with petition. A petition, it doesn't go that way. The court can decide, the justice in chamber can say, I'm not, but it just state something. For example, let's say you and I are arguing about a property, and you file a petition before the justice, and you want him to take the property from me and give it to you. And then he takes your decision, okay, I'm giving you the property based on the law he cited here. I can appeal that. Because that will amount in the eye of the law to a decision. I know there's some kind of little problem with the other way, especially from the position of a non-lawyer. You say, well, what is his decision? But we all say, the Supreme Court says it's not a decision. I will have to follow that. It's not a decision. It looks like a decision, but in the eye of the law, it's not.
Thank you very much, my man. I'm going to bring in Dr. Poplar. Dr. Poplar, your 2 questions. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to my friends, my esteemed colleagues, and all those who listen to watch. Counselor, good to see you.
Good to see you, Doug.
We appreciate you and respect your wisdom. I have to say, though, you keep referring to the Supreme Court's decision as taking no action. But I'm sure you know no action is an action. The court said, I ain't saying nothing, but the court said something. Just by saying, I ain't saying nothing. The court said plenty in there by saying I ain't saying nothing. But anyway, I want to ask you a question. So you represent the speaker, and you are an excellent jurist. The speaker himself, you know, is a legal mind. But this has been dragging on for a long time, and the people's business is not being done. And yeah, as a good lawyer that you are, you know, litigation versus negotiation. The lawyer will all go for negotiation and don't have to spend all this time and resource on litigation. Is that in the conversation with your client, negotiation of some sort, versus let's just, you know, go to the court.
Certainly, there are problems. In fact, when we did the initial presentation before the justice in chamber, and this was done in the presence of many of the lawmakers, they were there in the chambers. The justice then said, okay, let me meet with a few of you so we can talk about how we could resolve this stalemate. Out of that, we developed some stipulations. And then this basically was just, okay, this is the way we'll go about it. So we return to the House of Representatives, we return to the chambers, and then let us do it orderly. We all meet, and then somebody will preside, and then we go through the usual proceedings. The first thing from the side of the so-called majority was that, well, we don't have a problem with that, except that we will have to choose the person that will preside. Now, when they said that, we said, well, we can only be part of a solution that complies with the Constitution. If we say we want to resolve the first thing you say, you don't want the speaker to preside, but because you have complaint against it. We don't have issue with that. But while we can go in there, let the speaker preside consistent with the Constitution, and then you develop the agenda for that session, including the complaint you have. Certainly, if you have it as agenda number 1 after the roll call, then in our case, you ask the speaker to recuse himself. We will be there as his lawyer.
You can bring your lawyer, but then at that point, you have to recuse himself. I thought that was a good deal. When we left, the next day they said, no, they can't comply with that. They can't. So that stipulation basically was not signed. So that's what happened. So we wanted some sort of mediation, if you like, or some reconciliation, and say, let's go back, sit properly, let the speaker preserve consistent with law. This is not why, there's a reason why the Constitution says the moment you are declared a member of the House of Representatives or House of Senate, that the first act you embark upon is to take the oath of office. You swear to the Constitution to say you will abide by the Constitution and laws of the Republic of Liberia. That's your first act. Why did the framers of the Constitution prescribe that? So that each of us will know as a member that we are subordinate to the Constitution. And I can never advise my client to do anything to the contrary. So that's where we are.
Okay. So thank you. So let me ask my second question. So you keep referring to the Constitution, and I totally agree. And I'm sure all of us agree that we must respect the Constitution. That is our organic, foundational law that creates the space for all of us to do the things we do as a people. So yes, I understand that. But you being the jurist you are, and having served on the High Court, you know full well that law is reason. The spirit of rule is reason. So the reason for the rule, the reason for the Constitution, so that the people's business can be done. We've had this impasse now for too long, and now we're seeing international intervention and all of those things. If you were advising the president, and I'm bringing in the president because this is a national issue, right? Mm-hmm. We know what you do with client, lawyer, you do that one. But for the president, what would you say? How do we? Because this is really starting to go very bad. We have real problems in our country, and I will calling other people to come and intervene in a matter, to be honest, that has nothing to do with the main issues we have here, the things that affect Bioga and my way every day. They're not here, but we're calling people, pulling all the research. What if you were advising President Joe Biden? What advice are you giving?
I have always thought that the president in our country, with all of the imperial kind of thing around him, or can do so much to bring our country together. But when you have a situation as we have right now in the country, and the president is stone silent, I don't know whether anybody can advise. I really don't think so. There's something in the Constitution called coordination. Most of the time, these leaders of the three branches will confer. But oftentimes in our country, this is most of the time led, directed by the president. That's the way we are. So if you see a president who, maybe for lack of a better word, takes very little interest in matter like this, then this is the kind of result you see. So I don't think this is an issue about what advice you give the president. Is the willingness of the president to see the need to take advice and act presidentially.
So you're suggesting then that the president should do that conference that you're talking about? That's what you're suggesting. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'd like to go two questions, Dr. Bropley. We still got folks that need to ask, please. We'll come back to you, Dr. Bropley. Let me welcome Fatima and Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, you go before Fatima because you were here. Let's hear your two questions, Uncle Sam.
Justice Janet, nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a long time. No, I saw you the other day at the law school.
We just No, don't say
Yeah,
that.
at the law school opening, yes. And Dr. Prubler was there too. Okay, look, Kabina, it's my friend, I can call him Kabina.
That's all right. You can
Yeah,
call
no,
me.
but I have to call you Kabina. There's no other way. Okay, look, Kabina, are you concerned, with this, the subversion of the Constitution that has been consistently done by the Unity Party government, starting with Edwin Snow, then Alex Tyler, and then before that, Asa Yenevo, and now this. Do you think this is, that any number of people at any time, within the legislature can just say, we're not going to sit under the gavel of this person when the constitutional prerogative is 2/3, but they say we're not going to say anything, and they just force the person to resign? Is that becoming the norm now? Is that constitutional? And is that good for our democratic order?
No, it's not. It's not. When this thing happened during the speakership of Edwin Snow, I was a member of the Supreme Court bench at the time. The court received the petition and immediately forwarded it to the full bench for disposition. And the court moved swiftly in that milestone, that landmark case, and said, while we recognize under the Constitution your right to elect and to remove a speaker and other member, you can only do so consistent with the rules, the stipulation found in the Constitution. So all of the things you did in your attempt to remove Speaker Snow were declared by the Supreme Court as unconstitutional, and they were ordered to go back. In fact, I don't know whether you remember, just at that time, the president was supposed to go give, I think what they saying,
the annual message.
No member of the Supreme Court went there because we wanted to be sure that Speaker Snow will be sitting. And when we didn't see that, we all members of the Supreme Court stay away. But at the end, you know what happened? People went around Edwin Snow and said, oh, my man, for the peace sake, did it, and he resigned. To my great disappointment.
I will send me a second question, sir.
No, okay, so people are talking about the separation of powers, right? And I earlier spoke on the fact that the president, being the father of the nation, can use his personal gravitas, to say let's talk this thing, behind closed doors. Let's have. So, do you think it will be infringing upon the powers of the legislature if the president wanted to just basically talk and use his influence to resolve this impasse? Would that be against the Constitution?
Well, Mr. Jackson, I was a member of the Supreme Court bench, and many times there were informal discussions between and among the three branches of government. Many times, directed by the president of Liberia at the time. We did not do this infringing on any provision of the Constitution. We spoke to each other very clearly, and things were done.
So, okay,
I don't see no other way around it.
Yeah.
Let's keep it to two questions. I beg you, Uncle Sam. We have many. We want to bring
I agree. Okay.
Yeah,
Look, I have to go back out. I will come back in again.
No problem. Take your time because we got to make the questions short. We have a lot to discuss today with the justice, please.
I want to say hello to my daughter.
Which one? Which one, your daughter? Which one?
Sally.
But it's a conflict, so therefore we have to recuse her. We do what we call, we have to recuse her because it's a conflict.
But if you want to do that, I think you'll get rid of many people on the platform here. So don't go there.
Fatima, your question, man.
So first, I would like to say hi to the panelists And I would like to say hello to all of the viewers across the globe, the listeners, to all of those who always support our show and share the show. My own uncle, of course, he is my biological uncle. I don't know if a lot of people know, but Justice Janet is. Um, he actually contributed to me being who I am today. Okay, so my question. Oh, my
Go
question.
ahead. I have to mute Uncle Sam. Go ahead.
My question to my uncle is, in simple Liberia layman's term, who benefited from the judgment of the Supreme Court?
Actually, nobody. Nobody. Because what we have is still the question unanswered. The justice say, I decline. At the moment he said that, everybody went back, taking the pursuing the same position they had before coming to court. So nobody won anything. In fact, what we're thinking now is how we go back to get the court to consider dealing with the question that have been raised.
Okay. But then my second question is actually piggybacking on the first question, which is, so that means that business as usual, right? If the Supreme Court told these people that I know that the speaker filed for a writ of prohibition. He wanted to halt everything that they were doing because it was unconstitutional, because he did not think that it conformed to what they wanted to do. So he wanted it stopped and halted right there and then. But as you can see, the Supreme Court said, okay, we're not saying nothing. Everybody go and do what you're doing. So it was like a no fault ruling. Is that true? Is that how you see it? Because that's how we see it. I mean, in these United States, if you go to court and you sue somebody, it's either nay or yay. You either win or you lose, or sometimes the judges will say you'll go to mediation. And if mediation fails at that time, the judge will make a ruling. But if the judges just say, okay, everything is good, then what? So I want to just know what was the outcome, because they're still doing business as usual. The Supreme Court did not give you guys what you wanted, which was to halt everything that they were doing. So, in simple Liberian terms, I just wanted you to tell me, like, then at this point, what did anybody achieve? That's my
Well,
final question.
it seems to me that nobody achieved anything. The court has this way of sometimes like telling people, don't bother me. You know, the people come to you with very serious national questions, and only you have the authority under the law to answer. And you say, no, don't bother me. And if you do that, you simply saying, go back with your trouble. And that's exactly what we see now. They are back in the House of Representatives, and nothing is going on. I don't think that would have been the way that would have been the case if the Supreme Court had sat down as a bench and had dealt with those questions, and then with clear decision, say to them, go back. In the Azen Yenebu case, they decided to remove him. The lawyer for Azen Yenebu, Senator Yenebu, who was then the president pro tempore, filed a petition before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court entertained it, went into the matter and said to those who were seeking to remove that you didn't have the authority based on A, B, C, D. Therefore, he remains the speaker, he remains the president pro tempore. And that is the way that matter was settled.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Dwallo, it's good to see you. Dwallo, we're going to give you a chance to ask your question. Then we'll do one question each for the second round. Again, guys, we are on the House of Representatives. We're going to go to the government, and then we will be bringing in former Senator Ambassador John Balut.
Thank you. Thank you, Stanton. Honorable John, and welcome to the show. Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Thank you,
I want to
brother.
ask you this. For me, it's a general question. What do you feel right now about our country as it stands? Given the position you held in the country, what do you feel about the country or the direction of the country right now?
You know, the situation right now, especially at the level of the House of Representatives, is quite troubling. I mean, to put it mildly, it's quite troubling that we have gone how many cycles now in election, democratic election, and then we still have to deal with this kind of thing, especially when matters like this have been before the Supreme Court a number of times, and the court has spoken clearly on this question. I mean, it's troubling, deeply, deeply troubling. You know, I was telling the dean of the law school that look, we got to find some ingenious way to get most of our people, once they enter the House of Representatives or the Senate, encourage them to come to law school. Probably that will help.
Or before they get to the legislature, they should complete law school. Honorable John, I was reading an article this afternoon, and I heard that you're representing a brother from a claim that he's from Guinea. You're claiming he's from Liberia. How does that case relate to the security issue in the country, or does that have any ramification whatsoever?
You know, part of my personal disappointment has been that the promise by President Boakai that his government, his administration is going to be one of the rule of law. My first disappointment was the way he handled the tenure issue. I don't know whether all of you follow up on that. There was this situation with Liberia Telecommunication Authority. These people had tenure position. And under our law, in fact, when President Boakai was vice president, that's when most of these laws were passed. He became president, he decided that he will not recognize the tenure law. But the people who were affected by this decision didn't sit idly, they went to court. And the Supreme Court spoke very clearly that we have already dealt with this question. Tenure is like a contract. You want to remove them, you have to pay them for it. You know what the president did? The president issued, the executive manager issued a statement welcoming the decision of the president or of the Supreme Court. And then the next day, he, according to him, suspended all of those people. And then he put back the same people he had appointed earlier, which the courts call contravention of the tenure law. That's not a good sign. And I can name many of those kinds of things in his appointment. But quite recently, there was this situation with a guy who came from Guinea, according to some group, he's Guinean. Some all believe he's now he's Liberia.
I'll beg you, Councillor, sorry, because we have that whole topic coming on. Let's finish with the House of Representatives.
Okay.
Please, because it's a whole big conversation we have to take our time to discuss. Again, we want to say thank you. We're going to ask one question each. If anyone have question, as we wrap up on the House of Representatives section. Let me bring in this question, Councillor Kabina Janen. You said that Fonati shouldn't resign. You said that you are disappointed in the president. Constitutionally, do you think the president have any right? Can he intervene in the House of Representatives situation as president of the Republican separate branch?
I believe that under the principle of coordination, there's a lot the president can do to bring harmony in the various branches of government. And I think that in this particular situation, my view is that the president has fallen short of that.
How do you think he should intervene? How? Talk to
Well,
us about the process.
you know,
Without going against the Constitution, because it will call for massive impeachment if he does. So help us understand, sir.
you know, this president is supposed to be the most experienced public servant in our history. And there were a lot of things that happened when he was vice president that Madam President dealt with quite quietly, diplomatically. So nobody will tell you this is the way to do it. I just think the president should act presidentially. And in our context, if you do that, a lot of things you can resolve.
Yeah, but how? So you're speaking of most of us here. The only person that went to law school, that Chagobla, he didn't complete. The only person that thinking about going to law school, that Glendy. So help us.
That
How?
was Jackson.
How can the president not break the law, but you want him to intervene?
You know, I remember something. Let me just give that as an example. I don't know whether you remember the time we did this referendum. We did a referendum in Liberia one time looking at few key things that we wanted to change. One of them was the 6-year term of president, members of the legislature, and those kind of thing. We also had something to do with the retirement age of judges. And then there was something about one key thing there was, the 1986 Constitution says that for all public elections, you must have absolute majority. So when we went to those elections, basically it was like you had to rerun you had small constituency, 15, 20 candidates. So no one was able to get that. In the case of the president, that's a constitutional requirement, so you must do so. So you're going to run all 73 electoral districts. So the three branches of government met. And in my mind, a solution was found, which was not in any way a contravention of any law that we had at the time, especially the Constitution. So these are things that can be done. And to me, this is the spirit of coordination that the Constitution speaks about. So the people who are head of these branches are supposed to be savvy, capable of working together to resolve serious issues. But when you take no action, you just sit down and look at it, then this is what usually happens.
Oh, okay. So let me do the one question each, guys. Let's squeeze it in. Dr. Richardson will come to you next because Mame won't squeeze this one question in. He will be back after this question. So please give him a chance. Mame?
So for me, it's not really a question. I think the justice is being more political, and because of that, I want to take him on the political side of things. I mean, legally, you can take your ground, that's okay. But since you want to go with the politics, you say President Salif did the railway survey, and the President Bouaka is becoming and just putting a hand back. This is what President Salif did. She granted interview publicly and said she cannot work with the speaker. That was the last act that broke the camel's back. She said it publicly. And once she said that, all the other lawmakers who are on the other side jump on the other side. President Bouaka has refused to do that. So you're referencing early on what she did and was savvy. That was probably some of the savvy attitude. On Alex Tyler, she showed her hand clearly that she could not work with him the same way as Snow. This president is saying this is a branch of government. Majority disagree and have lost confidence in their speaker. I will not intervene. He's been accused. He said, I will not intervene. Let them solve their problem. You have accused him of not intervening, but you've not given a clear pathway on how a president can intervene in this matter. But you just accuse him of not intervening. How can a president intervene in this matter and resolve it when the majority is saying they've lost confidence in their speaker, and that speaker is saying he cannot step down? Lastly, the Supreme Court, the justice made a decision, and that decision is, I would not grant the prohibition. But then we all who believe the rule of law continue to describe the action as unconstitutional in the absence of a court ruling that describes it unconstitutional. There is no court ruling that describes it as unconstitutional, but we keep calling it unconstitutional action. We went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, I cannot put prohibition, but we keep calling it unconstitutional. What is the basis of calling it unconstitutional when there is no court ruling to describe it unconstitutional? The only action to court was the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court declined to describe it unconstitutional. What is the basis?
I am not aware of anybody saying that it was unconstitutional. Did the court say so?
You and other people describe it to be unconstitutional.
No, you didn't hear that from me.
Oh, okay.
No, I never said that the court. I said the court declined.
No. I'm not saying the court action unconstitutional. I'm saying the activities of the majority. We keep calling it unconstitutional, but there is no court ruling.
People?
Eh?
You mean the Liberian people?
I'm saying
you didn't hear from me describing anything as unconstitutional.
The action of the majority.
The only authority under our law that can declare an action, a conduct, or any institution of government as unconstitutional, and will be within its authority to do so, is the Supreme Court of Liberia.
And the Supreme Court declined to do it.
Yeah, and the Supreme Court declined. The fact that the Supreme Court declined, if you call that it didn't say constitutional, unconstitutional, that's the way you read it. I can't say that.
Okay.
I can only say the court declined.
Thank you. At least the court did not describe it as unconstitutional.
Thank you, Mohammed. Again, I know you will be back shortly. Thank you very much, guys. Let's do the one question each. Dr. Richardson, your one question. Welcome to the show, Ambassador, former Senator from Maryland County, Ambassador John A. Balu Jr. It's good to have you, sir. Welcome.
Councilor Jenna, you may choose to answer this question or not. Some people consider your case, the impeachment case against you, as a political witch hunt. Do you think that the case that is going now against Speaker Kofa is a political witch hunt by maybe the CDC or maybe the Unity Party? But you can choose to answer or not. I know you are representing him.
Well, let me decline to answer that question.
I accept and I understand.
Thank you.
Continue, Tim.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Glenny. I beg you, it's only important for us to give one question to Mo Ali. Then we'll come to you, Glenny, please. But Mo Ali, you are live on Spoon. Real quick, sir.
All right. Thank you, Stanton. And I do not wish to intervene or to make any comment into the saga unfolding in the House of Representatives. I have the utmost respect for Justice Janet. Legally, he's one of our best. But tonight, he's been absolutely political and want to back the politics of his side by being legal, which is not jiving at all. Councillor Janet understands that more than any one of us tonight, that the president cannot and should not interfere into the inner operations of the House of Representatives nor the Senate. That would be deemed as unconstitutional
and that can be an impeachable offense. It is surprising that one of our best legal luminaries is asking the president to go and intervene. How? How is he intervening when the majority say we don't want him? So he's supposed to go and enforce the speaker on the majority. Councillor, is that why you are telling the public? The president is the most law-abiding president in this country. And you will agree with that. By agreeing now to say, look, that is another branch of government. It's the same thing if the president were to say, okay, there is a case in court. Cases have gone there, and the president goes and say, your rule in my favor in the very 10 new cases he talked about. And the president go to intervene and say, your rule in my favor because this case I wanted done this way. The same Councillor General will come on the same show and say the president is violating the law. He is interfering with the workings of the judicial branch of government, which is an impeachable offense. Councillor Janet, do not let us down. You should not allow the president, you should not tell the president to interfere into the workings and operation of another branch of government. That is not the spirit and intent of the coordination. The coordination part of the government is for the branches of government to work together to ensure that the country moves forward. Lawmakers wanting
Let's get to the question real quick, Mo. Let's get to the question real quick, please.
Is normal. So it's the same thing that Mami was talking about. How is it unconstitutional, Councillor Janet, for lawmakers to say, we don't want our leader, we want to remove him? I just want to know that part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Councillor?
I think the other one was more a commentary than question. But as to the question, whether the lawmaker can say they don't want their speaker, yes, that is within their right. The Constitution grants that. The Constitution, however, demands that certain procedure be followed, and if those are not followed, then the conduct by the members of the legislature, whether the House of Representatives or Senate, will be declared quite clearly by the Constitution, by the Supreme Court as unconstitutional. You know, one of the good things about Liberia, everybody is a lawyer, and we can interpret the Constitution in a manner that sometimes can be very loose. So basically, that's where I will start on that. The issue here is coordination as has been exercised in our political system, in our democratic system, have been generally directed by the president. Whether we say it here or not, that has been the situation. And I'm saying that there are many ways the president can use his leverage to deal with some of these difficult questions. How it is done, that's where ingenuity comes in. And you know, our presidency is a very powerful establishment. Very, very powerful. In fact, I tell people generally that, look, if you make any president of Liberia, given the kind of pervasive power granted to the president, the only person who is likely not to be a dictator probably will be Jesus Christ. Just using the law. I'm not saying going outside. That's how pervasive the power is. So I think there are a lot of things that the president can do to resolve some of these things. How?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Me to say.
Thank you, Councillor. We got to be very fast now because it's 10:43 in the country, and you know the Councillor is in the studio. Glennie, your question, Uncle Sam, Mr. Duadu, Dr. Bople, Fatima.
So, Councillor, I'm sorry that Mommy left because I wanted you to re-emphasize when the judge asks the 43 whatever block they call themselves, what were they saying to the judge? I wanted you to emphasize that because I think Mommy continues to ignore that fact that when they asked them if they had issue with Fanati or what brought them to court or what was their stand, I want you to emphasize that because I think that is important for us not to slide away from, but for us to remember. What are your concerns? What are you saying this man has done? I want you to be able to please put some emphasis on that, because short of that, then the position that Mame is taking cannot be taken outside of what was presented to the judge. So please emphasize that for all of us who are listening.
And this was a very interesting presentation. The justice asked, what is the problem? What is it that you want? Because we have to look at what you want within the confines of the law. And they said, well, we have a complaint against him. We have a complaint against the justice. I mean, the speaker. The justice said, well, the Constitution provides how you can go about dealing with that complaint. They say, and then they ask, where is the complaint? They say, you already presented the complaint. And we got to know that they wrote something which they say they presented, and it's because they didn't present anything. But the law and short of it was like, can we do this stipulation where you will go back as a body, sit down and deal with this? But in doing so, we have to follow the law. The moment it was said, okay, this is the, because the justice got his clerks to draft something which we all took a look at. And I thought it was beautiful. You go back together as one house, the speaker will sit, and then the deputy speaker will be there, the whole thing. And then because in keeping on their own rule, they do roll call, and after that, you develop the agenda for the session. You have your issue, which is that the speaker has done some wrong, which constitute basis for his removal. That will be placed on agenda. But you have to do it in this orderly manner. And I thought that was good. But the moment they left and they said nobody, in fact, they can't just sit under his gavel. So my own disappointment was now when the justice felt it right to say, well, I'm not going to act anymore in this matter. So I declined.
Good, thank you. On this note, we got to squeeze Ambassador in, and you guys can direct your question to either or. Let me bring in the former Senator, Ambassador John Balu. Ambassador, thank you for joining us today. While we have Councilor Janet as our guest, we always welcome you as well. Can you speak to us on what you're hearing so far? And we're going to throw some questions your way, giving Councilor Janet a little break or two.
Well, thank you. Thank you for accepting that I appear to make my own contribution to this debate. And I think the Councillor Jana, very adequately expanded on this issue. Yes, there has been some loopholes that others have critiqued. That's part of the debate. But none of this actually is my concern right now. This has gone on for a little more than a month now. And so, yes, it's expected that it attract the attention of all of us in the country. And so everyone who is not primary participant or parties to this conflict, but secondary, we are all now getting involved to make our contribution. My point, and I want to emphasize this to the people of this country, we have three sides to this conflict. Something that has started as a conflict now has become a full-blown political and constitutional crisis that is making everyone to tremble in our seats. There are three parties, not two, three parties to this conflict, to this crisis right now. The Speaker bloc, the majority bloc, and the Liberian people bloc. And me tonight, I'm here to speak on the part of the Liberian people bloc. You see, my dear friends, panelists, Liberia is not poor because we lack resources. Liberia is poor because we lack the ability the willpower to effectively and properly manage these resources. There is a reason why we are poor, and this crowd is exposing to the Liberian people why we are poor. Three parties. The Liberian people are, in fact, the most important party to this conflict, because you are the one who suffered. As a former member of the legislature myself, former senator, what I'm hearing in the Senate is nothing new. I'm not here to talk about who they want and who they don't want. I'm more interested in zooming in on the statements and position put forth by the speaker, the allegations leveled by the speaker of corruption in the legislature. That should not be swept under the carpet. I am more interested in zooming on the allegations levied against the speaker by the majority bloc. That's what I'm interested in. That's what the Liberian people should be interested in. Because this, for the first time, members from that house have managed to expose the secret society that goes on in the legislature. We are hearing corruption, unimaginable corruption. When the majority bloc accuses the speaker of receiving more than $7 million United States dollars, that's worrisome. And that should claim our attention. I'm not here to say it is true or not, but if you call an honorable member of the legislature, then we expect you to know what you are talking, and you expect us to take it very seriously when you make these statements. So yes, they have accused the speaker of accessing more than $7 million illegally. The speaker has given his justification. That's not enough. I say the Liberian people's side, we need to demand an audit that should clarify these things.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bala. Thank you very much. We'll throw some questions on your way. This program is national.
Let me finish, then you do that. Stand up, please.
Okay, go ahead. Finish up.
When you accuse the speaker of having vested interest, conflict of interest with his law firms, providing legal services to major companies in the country that they are responsible to exert oversight, and why he gave his explanation, for me, is not enough. There should be an investigation. When you accuse the speaker of unilaterally altering the budget, there should be an investigation. When
But
the
then
speaker
don't see that what they call due process?
excuse me, please. When the speaker accuses the lawmakers of harassing businesses and extorting money from them, and using his name and collecting money, say that you should give him a share, that requires serious investigation. When the speaker tells us that the House of Representative members are engaged in inflating the budget for agencies and ministries, that they in turn will divide the money, millions of dollars going down the drain like that, that should concern the Liberian people, and that should be our focus. Not trying to support each side of this conflict to win. The speaker side have the interest that they are protecting. The majority bloc have the interest that they are protecting. What is the Liberian people's interest? Why are they not speaking about it? Why are we fighting each other for people who have clearly been responsible for the backwardness of this country? So I'm saying what I'm hearing today, I'm very passionate about it, because even when I was in the Senate, this existed. Some of us try to speak against it, but you could not get it out. It's out. What I'm trying to say, the Liberian people should bear in mind, now that it's out, it's not going back in. We will seize it and we'll work with it. We will investigate and we'll let the chips fall where they may. But as moving forward, as of today's date, the legislature should never be the same. We should be able to take in measures to protect this country from what is happening. Because when these children are so poor, dying from illnesses and diseases, and few people get rich overnight, it is wrong, morally wrong.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We will come
over this country, and you can fund the DA. There is a reason for that.
We'll come back to you, Ambassador.
Tonight, I propose to the Liberian people's side That's their side, and they should have their interest, and their interest should be protecting us from all of the corruption that has been exposed by the very same legislators.
Ambassador John Badu, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to give Councillor Kabina Janet the chance to respond because I believe you are coming with your question. Uncle Sam, you will come in. Mr. Duaru, Dr. Bobla, and Fatima. Senator, I'm sorry, Councillor Janet, you was trying to come in while the ambassador was speaking.
No, I was just trying to remind the senator that when this constitution speaks about due process of law, one of the requirements is that whatever you say against a person, that person should be given an opportunity to appear and respond. That's the prescription of the constitution. And our justice system is founded on what we call presumption of innocence. So when you come with allegations, while accusation, they are nothing but allegations that this person must have the opportunity to respond to. So it is not in my place to say this is what this person said, the other person. No. That is left for a time where each party will have an opportunity to say what they want to say and to defend themselves. So we are not there yet. I fully agree with the senator that we need to seize this opportunity to look into some of these very serious allegations. You know, one of the things in our country that most people have tried to work on it, but it has never worked. In our country, there's no law that stops a person, whether you as member of the legislature, whether you're in the House of Representatives or Senate, not to practice law. Attempts have been made all over because people see that as a basis for some conflict of interest. But that's the way it has been. There's no law. So people go, the senator, they go before the court, they practice law. Is it wrong? Could it be wrong? But the lawmakers have not been able to put any law in place to prohibit that. So all of those things are a problem.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Uncle Sam, your one question on now, Legislature, we get the gaining conversation, we get the government, we get AB Command dismissal, of course. We have to ask Councillor Kabina Jana what was his take on that decision by the president. So now it's just an open door conversation. If you have questions for Ambassador Badu, we appreciate likewise. Uncle Sam?
Yeah, okay. Senator Balu, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I just want to remind the audience here that Senator Balu served 9 years in the Senate during the chairmanship of Councilor Vani Sherman, who was the chairman of the Unity Party. And Senator Sherman, as you know, was sanctioned. Not only was he sanctioned, but he clearly participated in 66 of the 68 fraudulent, concession agreements. And he was a lawyer for many of those. I don't remember my very dear good friend, Senator Balu, coming on any public platform and berating Senator Vani Sherman for being a lawyer with private clients and also being the chairman of the Unity Party. But let's just go forward. So I just wanted the audience to know that. The second thing is,
Uncle Sam, let me hold you there. It will be only fair to allow Ambassador Badu to respond.
No. Let me finish.
I will give you the chance.
I'm reminding the audience.
No, I will give you the chance. Uncle Sam, I will give you the chance. You will flow with your question. I beg you, as a moderator, it's only fair to give the senator a chance to respond to what you are reminding the audience for.
What I'm saying is rhetorical. It does not require a response from the senator.
No. I want him to respond.
Okay, you want it. Okay,
yes,
that's fine.
And you will ask a question. Ambassador, please respond to this.
Well, thank you. First of all, I'm not saying Speaker Kofa and the allegations levied against him with law firm and conflict of interest. I'm not saying those are founded and they are accurate. I'm saying they need to be investigated. So at this point, he has defended it. I've heard his defense, but that's his defense versus their accusation. From the perspective of the Liberian people, I think there should be a clarification from a neutral source from the perspective of law. And I think there should be an investigation. As it relates to Vani Sherman was not a senator. A senator, a representative, by constitution, you have three primary functions of a lawmaker. One of them is oversight. Oversight means you maintain a clear eye on this operation of these institutions, that they follow the law and the interests of the Liberian people are not compromised. If it is true that you are providing legal services to them, then of course you're gonna dilute your attention on them. So why is not yet proven, and I'm not in a position to confirm any of these. I'm just saying these are allegations coming from the speaker and coming from the majority bloc. They on their own have voiced all of these things, and we the people are going to seize it, and we're going to insist on the investigation, because moving forward things can no longer be the same. So today I'm focusing on that. Sir, I'm sorry, Vani Sherman, if he was for this, I have called for the investigation of the 66 Booker's agreement, so-called. I have called when I was in the Senate. I have called for a revision of those and to see where they're wrong and correct it. Ask Senator Finlay today. I raised that issue when he was a pro tem before we adjourned in our session as this 53rd legislature.
Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, please, your question. Thank you very much, sir.
Back to my audience, he never said he berated Senator Vani Sherman when he was a senator in the House, when Senator Sherman was representing all of those bogus companies, bogus concessions, and doing all those things. So that's to be very clear. Okay, but look, back to my question. Okay, due process. Due process is the cornerstone of our legal jurisprudence system, right? And if the 43 senators are serious about putting forth the allegations against Speaker Kofa, they should do that in a setting which is constitutional. And that setting which is constitutional is in the chamber, where the speaker will recuse himself and they will adduce evidence and he will counterproduce evidence against himself, right? So I think, and you can answer this question, but I think they are afraid that he might expose them. That's the reason why they don't want to do a trial. So they're asking him to just resign and go away and sweep this thing under the carpet. Because if they were truly serious about adjudicating crimes and misdemeanors or high misdemeanors and felonies within the legislature, then they will be willing to sit down in the appropriate setting and have those matters adjudicated. But I think they're scared. I think they're a bunch of punks. I think they're scared. Okay.
We will not call them punks. Uncle Sam, thank you very much. We will still respect them based on their election tactics. Uncle Sam, again, we have to move. Again, we try to set it up right. Let me bring in Mr. Duadu. Then we'll come to Councilor. Mr. Duadu, you want to add your question to Uncle Sam?
One second, please. Can I respond quickly to Mr. Jackson so that we don't have a repetition of this misunderstanding? No, I'm not asking for anything other than the rule of law and due process. Are we understanding? So, Councilor Janet, when you mentioned about due process and rule of law, that is exactly what I'm calling for. Mr. Jackson, that's exactly what I'm calling for. We're not speaking different terms here. I'm just saying this will not be swept under the political crisis that's being harmonized and differences settled and business move on as usual, and the people remain victims again after this kind of unbelievable confessions of corruption from people who know what they are talking about, who claim to have evidence. That's all.
Thank you very much. Duadu, please.
Thank you so much, Senator. You know, sometimes it's baffling when we come on this airwave. Whenever it's pertaining to a government official, all we hear is due process. I'm all for due process. But we don't push the issue of due process when it comes to the average person. It seems that the Constitution, that piece of paper that nobody respects in Liberia, only seems to work when it pertains to a government official. We sit and we watch the exuberation of the legislature, nobody says anything. Honorable Jagan, let me come to you. You stated here that the president of our republic literally flaunted the law. He did not care about the 10-year laws. Falati Kova was Speaker of the House of Representatives. When the president was flaunting the law, as you stated, Fananti did absolutely nothing. You represent Fananti. He only wants the law to protect him when it benefits him. He does not care when that law doesn't benefit anybody else. How do we make sense of that? When the law should only benefit them, when it only pertains to them, when they continue to literally subjugate our people in abject poverty. Why should we care about Fananti Kofa? Janet.
That's a very interesting question. You know, I'm reminded about a situation that I found very profound, and it's our President Mandela. He takes a few people out and they sit in this restaurant, and he points to a man and say to one of his security men, "Can you get this man to join us?" The man did that. And then they asked for food, and everybody was eating, including the person President Mandela invited. But every time he tried to lift the food to eat, his hands were shaking. And then the security guard told President Mandela, the man is not well. And Mandela waited for, they said, no, nothing wrong with him. And then when he walked out, then he said, you know, he said, did you know this man? He said, no, no. The president said, this guy was one of the guards at my prison. Every time I asked him for water because I wanted to do, he would piss on me. Look, if we say we will give people due process or their rights under the law simply because of their good conduct, I think many of us will not be in Liberia. My position now has been wherever I see something that I believe I can play a role in the furtherance of the rule of law, that's what I'm going to do. I sincerely believe that in this particular case, Mr. Funati Kofa, who had not been a friend of mine, no, but I believe that he is entitled to the protection of his right under the law. And that's exactly what I'm doing. And I would do for anyone similarly situated if I felt that is the case.
Thank you very much, Councillor, Mr. Dr. Poplet.
Are you coming back to me?
You didn't ask, I'm sorry.
I didn't ask the senator a question.
Go ahead, Glenny. Ask you one question. Go ahead. Doctor will come back to you.
It's good to see you, Senator Balu. I'm a bit alarmed with your experience and the number of years that you serve in the legislative branch of government. That all of the corruption accusations that ran through that branch of government, we heard nothing from you. I'm concerned that you only now are speaking about Kofa. I'm also concerned that Kofa is not the only one who has been accused of corruption. You also have Thomas Fala there. And when you're saying to us you want an investigation as it relates to Kofa, should you not also want an investigation with all of the other allegations that has been levied on different legislative people? Is it only Kofa that concerns you and no one else? Because we heard about Guy, we heard about other people. Why is it only Kofa that you're alarmed about and want investigated when your concern should be an investigation for the entire legislative branch?
Okay. Let me recap a little bit because obviously you probably didn't hear me right or you're overlooking something. I said there are three parties to this conflict. The majority bloc have their interest. They have accused the speaker of conflict of interest, having law firms that are engaged in providing services to companies and institutions that they should have oversight. They accuse him of corruption, of receiving more than $7 million illegally. They have accused him of obstructing audit. They have accused him of unilaterally altering the budget. These are grave allegations. I'm saying these are honorable men and women, quote unquote, our elected officials. What they say should not be taken lightly. We should hold them to that word and get this kind of revelations brought forth. For whatever it is worth, whether the merits or demerits of it, we must go to the end of it. On the other hand, the speaker has accused them of intimidating businesses, extortion of money from businesses using his name, and several times the businesses will contact him and he will deny them. He has accused the member of the House of Representatives of negotiating with the ministries and agencies to inflate the budget and come back and divide millions of dollars as spoils and kickbacks. He has accused them of asking for $150,000 from the minister because they have 91 bills to pass. These are grave allegations brought forth by the speaker. And the speaker is not an ordinary man in the country. His utterances, his actions will not be swept under the carpet, neither taken lightly. They should be investigated for what they're worth. I'm saying at this point, what we have before us are allegations and counter allegations. What we have before us is a confused and scary picture of the reason why Liberians and Liberia is poor. Why Liberians are poor and Liberia is poor. There is a reason why our children don't have a better future. Because where the solution should be coming from has been clearly demonstrated and reviewed as where the problem is. So this is what should be the interest of the Liberian people, not divide, taking sides among the people who have clearly accused each other of corruption and cause them and say they are the reason why the country is backward. Now we're taking sides to protect them and leaving our own interests out. No, you mentioned I've been in the Senate for a long time and we're not on the media, social media. Let me remind you, there was not social media like you have today. Okay. Today will never, and the future will never be the same like yesterday because of the involvement and active space created by social media. Because you have Spoon, Liberia will never be the same. Because you have the media, Liberia will never be the same. We didn't have this. So people like us, we spoke in the chambers and were captured in the newspapers.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Let me make this very quick before we get to Dr. Bopla and our sister Fatima. Let's talk about the issue. I want to go to Councilor Kabina Jana, one of the two many reasons he came on the show for. Let me bring up the story because we're running against time. Your client, who is a Guinean national or a Liberian national, I really don't know, and I would love that Ambassador Badu on this one. But again, let me bring you in. We got some information. Is this your client?
Yes, that's my client.
Okay, can you give us, Liberians listen to you. Listen, the story is so complex. What's the story concerning Ibrahim Kali Guneni? And can you talk to us about this very important national security story that you represented him, by the way, and you are still his lawyer? Where is he? What can you tell Liberians home and abroad tonight?
The whereabouts of Mr. Sheriff are unknown. Nobody in his family or any member of his legal team is aware as to where he is. Because on March 3rd, Sunday morning, the Inspector General of Police, working directly under the Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia, went to the prison, to Monrovia Central Prison, between 3 and 4 a.m. and removed Mr. Sheriff from prison and took him away. Since that time, we have had no information from anyone, including government, as to this man's whereabouts.
What was his crime? I mean, why you represented him? Why the government arrested him? How was he arrested? Can you give us some?
The government of Liberia, the Bankai government, accused him of mercenarism. Now, mercenarism under our penal code is a felony of the first degree. So it's a very serious charge. When we were contacted by a family member, that is, they had kept him for like a week, we were contacted. We tried to inquire whether there was any basis for this arrest because they had raided his home, removed him, all the cash he had was taken away. And this is something the government itself mentioned on the writ of arrest. So he was taken away along with 2 vehicles. So we try to find out what actually is the true story here. We were told as lawyers that they arrested this man with some AK-47, grenade, and other stuff. So this is a serious matter. What is it? Where did he say the man was training people? Where? In Jacobstown? That's a training ground? We say, okay. So then what do you want to do with him? Now, under Liberian law, no matter the ghastly nature of any crime, the person has a right, a constitutional right to presumption of innocence, because that's the foundation of our criminal justice system. When we inquire, they said, oh, no, there's a serious matter, so we're taking some time to investigate. After 10 days, we decided to approach the court. We went to the court and told the court, look, we want this man admitted to bail because the Ministry of Justice has nothing. This is just a big bluff. If they had it, 10 days, they can't bring the man to court. So the court now intervened by issue an order that we should appear. Went to the court. They kept saying, well, they're working on the indictment. After 20 days, the judge now said to them, if you can bring this man, whatever you took with him, you said, these are the things you have, the AK-47. If you can't let us see any of them, then I will be inclined to release him to his lawyers and the surety that they have put in place. After that period, the judge issued a release. When the release was taken by the sheriff to the central prison, the government officials, including the Solicitor General, ordered the superintendent to disobey the court's order. Flagrantly disobey the court's order. So the sheriff returned to court with his returns and said, this is what happened. So I called my bossman to let him know that we had been waiting there, but they say they are not going to release the man. So based on that information, we filed something before the court because that's the way we do it, which we call bail of information. They brought the bail of information was heard, the ministry again appeared, and this time while we were trying to deal with this, they decided that they won't file petition for writ of prohibition. Of course, they just say, look at that and say, look, there's no business. In fact, you have disobeyed the court. So let's go back there and see what can be done. The law ensured it will own this thing until the justice said, if you can indict this man by the 25th of October, this is like almost going to 6 weeks now, then I will instruct the court to go ahead and you, the Minister of Justice, to allow this man to be released on bail. Now, so we're expecting that decision now to be enforced Monday, which was the 4th of November. Sunday night, November 3rd, between 3 and 4 a.m., the Inspector General, acting on the instruction of the Ministry of Justice, especially the Solicitor General, went to the central prison. Now, mind you, this man was sent to prison by the court, not the Ministry of Justice, because under our law, the Ministry of Justice has no authority to commit anybody to prison. No. So this time, they went there, they removed this man since November 3rd, 3 to 4 a.m. to date. Nobody knows the whereabouts of this, except the Inspector General and the Solicitor General. That's the state of affairs today in Liberia.
Is this gentleman a Liberian?
We have information that he's a Liberian citizen. His grandfather was the chief imam of Benson Street Mosque in the 50s, 60s. And this boy was born on Crown Hill. As a result of the war, he went to Guinea and spent his childhood there. But our issue here is not whether he's Liberian citizen or not. Under the Liberian law, once you are in the territorial limits of the Liberian state, there are basic rights you enjoy under Liberian law. What they did now, Imama, amounts to kidnapping.
You as his lawyer, do you know where he is right now? Is he alive? Is he alive?
Fact, to be very frank with you, I'm hearing that they have killed him. That's what I'm hearing.
Who did kill him?
The Liberian state. It's the state that took him from prison. The court sent him to prison. The Inspector General, working with the Solicitor General, took him out. And we don't know a whereabouts. And
Counselor, I want my colleagues to come in here. It's getting interesting. And listen, it's very important.
Let me just say this before people come in. Under Liberian law, Liberia has treaty with many states, including the United States, including the Republic of Guinea, where if someone commits crime and run away to your country, the country that has been offended by that conduct can make a requisition, an application under the treaty. And there's a procedure to be followed. When our Minister of Justice, the Americans asked a couple of times to send people back to America who were charged under federal law. But there's a procedure. The requisition is done, is sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then it's sent to the Ministry of Justice, and the person will be apprehended. But there's a process that you go through. Because firstly, it should be a crime which is recognized in a treaty. Two, it should not be a political crime. And thirdly, at the end of the day, there must be a determination whether, if sent to the country requesting his presence, that he will be given fair trial. Those are the basic things. And when our court determined that, we send those people back to America. In this case, there was no trial. A military junta sitting in Guinea there. And then you see that Guinean. So let's say, okay, he's Guinean. So what? He had no right as a human being. There are rights we enjoy in Liberia under Liberian law simply because we are.
Allow us to push with this, guys. We have to, because we got about maybe 30 more minutes with the counselor, and we ask Ambassador to join in when necessary. Councillor Janet, please allow us to squeeze in all of our necessary questions on this national security issue. Let me explain what I know so far. We heard that the Guineans junta were at the border. There was no coming in or going out because they needed this federal. You talk about the treaty that was signed. Again, you represent this guy. You are his lawyer. Were you given anything by the Justice Department that he was going to be turned over to Guinea? But you said to kill him. And I asked you who? You said the government. For what purpose would the government kill him without the family getting the body to bury? Or, I mean, are you just accusing this government that we have gotten into a junta, jungle paradise society with the Joseph Yimabwaka government?
You know, I'm still trying to gather information about how many persons now this government, Joseph Boakai Unity government, has sent to Guinea to the military junta. I'm still getting the information. We're compiling the information. Because between you and me, we will make sure that there will be accountability for this.
This one is different because this fellow was sent to prison by the court of Liberia. And it's only the court that has the authority to put him out. To see security people going to prison, open a prison, remove prisoner from there under the commitment of the court, I think that's just totally unacceptable. That's just a demonstration of recklessness, complete recklessness, especially by a government that came to power under the rule of law. We're going to ensure restoration of the rule of law. This is what you do. And up to now, we don't know what a man, and we have been informed on good authority that he has been killed. But we are appearing before the court because the court now will say, bring the man. And that's where the story is going to end. We'll know exactly whether he's alive.
Thank you very much, thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, Glennie Obusam, we're squeezing Ambassador Battle on this one. We go to Fatima, Mame, and Mr. Dwadu. This is a national security issue, but this is big within the region. And also, let's just wrap up on this, then we'll talk about ECOWAS involvement into our body politics. Dr. Richardson, this young man, his whereabouts is unknown. Your question.
The story is still unfolding, so I don't know if there's much I can add or ask, but just wait, as Councillor Janet said, that when they go to court, we'll hear more. We'll hear exactly what happened to the missing Liberian.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Glennie, the way about Councillor Janet said that while he's receiving information that this man is killed. So I don't think this story is unfolding. When the councillor here that represented the man said, talking about a prison, 3 a.m., his whereabouts is unknown, and the councillor, the allegation that this government, Joseph Yiman Baga government, killed this young man. What's your question?
This is grave. I mean, if Justice Janet is coming up publicly and saying that, this is something that it's concerning. My question to you is, have you all engage the Liberian government on this situation, like the police, the justice ministry? What have you done as the lawyer so far to come out and say this? Because what you're saying as a lawyer, these are serious allegations. So what has been done so far?
Since Sunday, what we did was to file a paper before the court to say, please bring this man out. The court sent a release by the sheriff. They went to the prison, and the return shows, they say in the return that they could not find the man at the Monrovia Central Prison.
All right, thank you.
Uncle Sam.
Nobody's talking to us, nobody.
Uncle Sam?
Councillor, okay, Kabina, this is very, very serious. You know, the military junta in Guinea is close to Wagner and the Russians. And do you think the government of President Joseph Newman Boakai has any relationship with the junta that may have led them, according to you, to have grabbed this man 3 o'clock in the morning and may have killed him? Do you think there's any relationship? And what is the political angle? What is the diplomatic angle? Can you just explain that to your audience?
You know, they have few tribes in Guinea that we also find on the Liberian side. And some of these tribes are Loma, Kisi, Madingo, Pele.
Yeah.
And I just can't understand what kind of law relationship is being established between President Boakai government and this military junta. I just say, and we stay investigating that to get the data, that this is not the first time that a number of persons of Pele, Loma background have been sent back to Guinea. You know, the last time there was this situation there where they were trying to overthrow this junta, the same people who brought them to power. So they've been having this up and down there. So, but my issue is, what is the authority of the government to grab a person who has not been accorded any due process in this country as required by our law and sent back to a military junta? What's the basis?
But my question to you is, what is the relationship between the military junta in Guinea and the JMB government, and what could be the driving force that putting them together?
Well, that's a difficult question for me. Well, I know a little I can say. I know that over the last 2-3 months, senior security officers have been visiting Conakry. And I'm talking about security officers from the executive mansion. So what sort of relationship is being developed, I really don't know. But I can say that as a matter of fact, they have been going in and out of Conakry.
So thank you very much.
Now, people being taken under the dark and taken to Guinea.
Wow. Thank you very much. We got the National Security Advisor, Samuel Kofi Woods. We got the legal advisor, Bushman Keita. We got the NSA Director, Prince C. Johnson, and the rest of them. The Justice Minister Oswald. If you say senior security officer, we at that level when you include the Liberia National Police IG. Let me come to you, Fatima. This story is kind of too heavy for the nation tonight.
So I'm a little confused because I think over a couple of months I heard about this same individual, and I heard about some kind of insurgency that he was involved. I don't know if it's the same person who was being accused of being I think a mercenary or something. He was trying to unseat the government in Conakry. I'm not sure, but I think he's the one. If that is the person, can you confirm? My second question, my part two to that is, I think I heard you saying that you think he has been murdered or killed, and or you're unsure. So which is it? Um, which one is it? Do you have proof that he has been murdered, or are you not sure?
The information I have, and I got my information from security sources, is that he had been taken out of the Liberian jurisdiction, and wherever they took him, he was killed. That's the information I have. And that information seemed to be supported even more so because all efforts we have made to know from the government of Liberia this man's whereabouts, because they went to the prison and took him out. And that group was led by the Inspector General. Can you imagine a security inspector general that is now being accused, as far as I'm concerned, for kidnapping, a felony of the first degree? And they can't say anything to us, nothing.
So, Kazmajana, was he killed by our Liberian people forces or by Guinea? Is my
We
last
put it
question.
squarely at the feet of the government of Liberia.
Oh wow!
Because he was in prison, and it was the government people led by the Inspector General who went in the prison and without any authority remove him.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring Ambassador Badu. We're going to bring in Mame and Mr. Duadu. Then we have Mo Ali on the line to contribute. Ambassador, what's your take on this story if you care to contribute, sir? You are muted, Ambassador. You are muted, Ambassador. You good?
I once served as the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Defense, Security, Intelligence, and Veteran Affairs. And what the councilor is explaining about treaties between friendly countries, security treaties, is nothing new, it's nothing strange. It is a normal protocol to guarantee peaceful coexistence in a region between states and governments. What I'm concerned about is the fact that this matter is before the courts. The counselor is representing his client, and right now we're politicizing it. And I think this is not fair to the country, to the government. I think he has gone forth to the court for them to subpoena these people, to bring forth this body, to bring forth the living body of this person. I think he should let the court take its course. We've spoken of the rule of law here today. But to say that they've gone clandestinely to take someone out of the place and because they took him out, there are many reasons why people can relocate people, maybe for their own security, maybe other people are threatening to do that. There's their own security. And the security of the state is not for public discussion because not everything will come outside like that. But where you can prove that there has been murder or some conspiracy to murder, then that's grave. I think right now it's all politics. It could very well be true, but let it be established through the very due process courts. He's already exercising that right. He's representing this client. I think what is being handled in the courts now shouldn't be discussed in such a political way, because this only undermines the credibility of the state, of the leadership of this country, and as a result, Liberia and Liberians. So I think the counselor has the right to be concerned about his client. I think we're all concerned. Like he said, it doesn't matter his nationality. He's entitled to his own rights under our laws. But I think to go to the extent, start to call names and allegation of murder, laying this squarely on the government without it yet being established through the courts. I mean, if he's killed, he's killed. He will not reappear. Nobody will refabricate him. So the truth today will come out tomorrow. I think we should wait for that to be established before starting to make such, for lack of a better word, outrageous allegations.
Hey, Ambassador, let me ask you before the counselor responds to you. Who bears the most responsibility to prove to the nation that this individual is not killed or his whereabouts? Because it is important that Councillor Kabena Jada said he was taken from prison 3 a.m. Since he was taken out of prison, his counselor knows nothing about his whereabouts. Don't you think it's only fair that the Justice Department call on his counselor and inform them about his whereabouts, even if they don't want him to be seen? You, as former senator, I mean, what's your take?
Well, like I said, it's already before the courts. Let's hear the final judgment on it. Let's hear that the government cannot produce the living body. Let the courts ask them, where is the living body? Let's hear the response. At that point, yes, we can start to talk the kind of things we're talking. But it's before the courts. It's not that it's hanging in the air. He's representing the client. So now we're not assuming that it's in the court. He is representing, he said it's before the court. I mean, to discuss it in such a public manner, matters that before the court, I think, you know, the counselor is a good friend of mine, so I'm choosing my words properly. But I would really like to use the word unprofessional. You understand?
Thank you. Counselor, you want to come in?
Quickly, Stanton, to say, back to my good friend Sam Jackson, to say, oh, and Cabinet Janet, that the government officials are going to Guinea regularly, security officers from the mansion. This is expected.
You are the
friendly nations with an exchange visits on security.
I'm
it
just
is the responsibility of the country, the government, to protect the state.
Councillor Janet, 1 minute.
This.
So it is the responsibility.
I brought to the public gaze.
Can I finish?
What I believe.
Councillor Janet, please.
I said to you, the court sent for him. I don't know whether you're listening. And the court officer returned to report that he didn't see him. So what do you want me to do? Because the court, I can't talk. Then you don't know me.
So as I was saying, there's no crime in state security visiting neighboring countries' security. This is what is expected.
That's not what I was saying.
I'm not addressing you now.
Councillor, I beg you just 1 minute. Let's just allow the ambassador to finish up and you will respond, sir. Ambassador?
Look, I'm very objective in all of these discussions. I share your concern. It is not the what we are discussing, it is the how we approach the what that we are discussing. It is the how that I have an issue with. I think it's unprofessional to politicize it at this point. Let the court render its final conclusion on this whole matter. Then we can take it politically. But until then, I think you should hold your peace and go and exercise whatever process you are doing now, due process, go to the finality of it, and then we can be political later on. But I think right now it's premature.
Thank you very much, Councillor Janet. You care to respond before the next group coming? Councillor, please.
Well, I just provided information that 3 a.m. the Inspector General went and removed this man from there. And from that day up to now, even with the court sending officers there to get this man out to be brought to court, that was defeated by the Ministry of Justice. And then I was asked what I believe. I said over the last few months, and I think it was you who asked about the relationship, if there was any that I'm aware of. And I said, yes, I have seen our top security officer visiting Guinea, Conakry regularly over the last few months. I said that. And I have information to that effect. So what is political about that? You know, when we're talking about serious, this is about somebody's life. You know? So we're not playing politics with this. And I just told you, it's the court that sent an order to bring the man, and he wasn't brought.
Thank you very much. Again, Mame, can you hold on 1 minute? For the last time, I'm going to take Mo Ali, please, and then we'll bring
What about Mo Ali business?
Mo Ali served as our panelist before. Sometimes we do this because it's interesting. Mo, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stanton. You know, I am just concerned. This is a security matter. And Guinea is our neighbor, like Ivory Coast, like Sierra Leone. In the 90s, we saw war still in Liberia and affected all these neighboring countries. Now, if you are not friendly with your neighbor, particularly the junta in Guinea, and if that junta feels that there are people in your country who serve as security threat to them, and you don't discuss with them, your national security people don't go there to go and solve things out amicably, what could happen is that a situation could be created where that Guinean government that feels unhappy with you could create a fertile ground for incursion into your territory. And Councillor Janet over there knows that better. When the Charles Taylor regime had issue with the Guinean government, what the Guinean government did, they allowed Councillor Janet and Sekou Damati Konen in order to go into Guinea and train the Lair rebel and launch an incursion into Liberia. Councillor Janet, you understand it very well. We are talking about the security of the state, the national security of the state. We are talking about a military junta that does not care. If you do not send your security people there to continue to engage with them, you are aware of what could happen to this country. So it is surprising you say, I'm aware that national security people are going there. They should be going there every day.
But Mo, you cannot accuse Councillor Janet of bringing war in Liberia and comparing it to the situation at hand today, though.
No, so Stanton, these are the reasons that can prove conflict. If the Guinean government feels that there are people in your country who serve as threat to their national security, and you do not discuss with them as to how to resolve those issues, they can also have people who could bring threat to your country, who could bring war. And I cited the example with Councillor Janet and the likes of Sekou Damati Konen, who were allowed by the Guinean government to train the Lair rebel to launch incursion into Liberia because that Guinean government had issues with the Charles Taylor regime. So the best thing to do is for this government to continuously engage the national security of Guinea. So it is right for President Barker to consistently engage.
So is it okay to, I know the councillor will respond, is it okay to take the Liberian citizen out of prison and his whereabouts are known?
I'm not saying anything is okay. What I am saying is that we need to be mindful of our national security. The foremost thing for every government to do is to put first its national security. And if that means discussing with the military junta in Guinea through our national security apparatus in order to keep this country safe, then they should do that.
Thank you, Mo. Let's give the councillor.
You should not deal with them.
Thank you very much, Mo. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mo. Now, councillor, go ahead, and Mama and Mr. Duarte will come in.
Okay, all I can say is that Mo knows nothing about national security, so I will not dignify anything he said as far as responses is being necessary. What I said, and I maintain that, shortly before President Weah left office, there was a police officer who fled Sierra Leone, came to Liberia. The moment he came to Sierra Leone, came to Liberia, and there was this question about this man committing whatever they say, the government of President Weah took this man, put in a pickup, and took him to Sierra Leone. We are told today that that man is dead. So when you want to deal with your national security, it's not done at the expense of other people's lives. What we are doing now is basically pleasing a military junta by coming into Liberia and taking just anyone they point to and taking to Guinea. This is not the first one. What made this one notorious is because he was under the custody of the court. And they went there. That's part of the national security we're talking about. They went there 3 a.m. and took this man out. And then you say that Madingo man, he's from Guinea. We have to be serious people in this country. And we are saying, and that's our position. There's a matter, it's before the court, the senator said, it's before the court. But it's the court that sent someone there, and the court officer reported back to the court that they can't find a man.
So the court will have a position.
So they say they can't find a man.
So the court will have a final position on this matter.
No. We have gone back to the court in the face of that report and filed appropriate papers to say, bring this man out in the court.
Correct. So let's follow that process.
And while that is, while the court is working on that, we thought to make this part of the public discussion.
Thank you. Mama,
can I ask a question?
After Mama and Mr. Donald will come to you, Dr. Richardson. Mama, your question, please. You muted.
Yeah, I got comment to make that really question. First thing, let establish the fact. Stanton, please put on the man passport.
This one?
Yes. So the man passport says he was born in Lola. That place is in Guinea. It is not Crown Hill, Liberia. So we'll take that one out of the discussion first. Yeah, you can put it down.
And he said nationality, yeah, Guinea.
Guinea. So let's take that one off first. So the main official document discredits the justice statement that he was born on Crown Hill. That's wrong. That's misinforming the public. That's providing information to incite the people intentionally, because the counsel of the justice is the lawyer for this man. He has his document. I'm sure he has his document. He has read his document and know that he is not a Liberian. He was born in Lola. He's a Guinean. But the justice sits on the show and says he's a Liberian. He was born on Crown Hill. That's wrong. But the point the justice raised, which I agree with, Nobody should come to Liberia and live in that manner and form. I do not support that. I mean, the national security people issue can have their information they have for which they did it. I don't know. But what I have, what I know, the basic information is nobody should be living Liberia under that manner. Now, the councillor, after that, when one step and politicize, you talking to me?
No, but
The first established that he actually left.
Let them finish real quick.
That's a good question. What I have been established. So even that you say, even the fact that the councillor can have in his hand the possession of the man's document born in Lola and say the man is born in Liberia, it discredit all the other information you're talking about that the man died. But here is the political issue. You asked, you did that well, then you went further. What a relationship with Guinea? What a new love about Guinea? Oh, yes. There is a good relationship that we must maintain with Guinea. We know our history of not maintaining relationship with our neighbors, how it destabilized the country, destroy the future of young people. The government must maintain that relationship. But beyond security relationship, there is economic relationship with Guinea. The president just constituted a committee and established the Railroad Authority. That part of that authority is to negotiate with Guinea so that Guinea can allow us to move iron ore from their mine to Liberia. That problem has been consistent, has been existing for more than 7 years. It has not been resolved. So there is an economic relationship that must be nurtured so that the junta allows us to move iron ore from Guinea to Liberia. That is an economic relationship. So people must go there. They must engage. And for security reasons, they must do so. Because we know when we did not did it in the past, Lair Rebel went there, they came to Liberia, they stabilized the country and destroyed the future of young people. So let it be engaged. Let it do it. But for the main situation, we agree with you. They must account for his living body. But don't politicize the situation.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
You know, I'm amazed at what my friend here called politicization. We're talking about security. It's Jackson who asked whether I had anything to do with relationship between Guinea and I said in the past few months, I am aware that there have been visitation by a major security officer of the Liberian state to Guinea. So what's wrong with that? Then you say politicizing. We're talking about, and let me make the point here. We have said that this man is Liberian citizen. Of course, I'm sure you are very aware that you can have more than one citizenship under Liberian law. But that's besides the point. Let's say this man is just a Guinean, he got no Liberian national, though he was born in Liberia. Does the government have this? Is this the way the government proceed? We're talking about grabbing somebody who was under the jurisdiction of the court and taking him out. And from Sunday to today, we don't know his whereabouts. And we have information that he has been killed. Of course, if he's killed, it is state responsibility. That's a fact, whether you like it or not. And of course, there are remedies provided under the law.
Thank you. Want me to go ahead, Stanton? Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Eduardo, please.
The issue as to whether he's a citizen of Liberia or not is a moot point. Because under Liberian law, he was in the territorial confines of Liberia. It might be a quality process. But I want to speak to the councillor directly. Sir, your suggestion was not even speculative. It was like if you were making a proclamation that the man is killed. And I believe that was very dangerous on your part. Now, you are a lawyer. I agree with Senator Baloo. The court process, the court must be made to produce a living body. And I want to say this to the government directly of the Republic of Liberia. We have a society that is sitting on edge when it comes to people being murdered. If I were the government, I would read a statement tonight and have it released to speak to this issue very directly because this is treading on very dangerous grounds. Honorable Counselor, I think your statement was dangerous as to whether the guy's been killed when you cannot prove that he is being killed. Now, I understand your position where you're coming from. You can be angry, but to suggest that he was murdered by the Liberian state is dangerous for me. Why couldn't you say something else as to say, listen, we cannot have his living body, but to suggest that he's killed, knowing the kind of audience that is listening? Counselor.
Well, maybe that's the way you will say it. I decided to say it differently. And I said, based on the information we have, he has been killed.
Thank you, Councilor. Let me bring it down to Boblight, and we can wind this thing down. A great program today. Guys, don't forget, we got one more round to go. So when you can either pose your question to Ambassador John Palu or Councilor, what we do the last round after Dr. Boblight question. Dr. Boblight, you're one question, sir, on this issue of the gentleman.
So I think it is, like other panelists have said, it's an extremely serious matter. It does have national security implications, but also have human rights implications. And yes, I agree with my friend Dwalu. I think, the counselor is suggesting he thinks that his client has been killed. His client may not have been killed. His client could be anywhere. So in our environment, I would have chose to describe that differently. That said, though, you have to appreciate the counselor position, which I absolutely agree with. If you take the living body of my client from a place and in the custody of our government, then if you ask the same government, where is the client? That should be a straightforward answer. Oh, the client is here, there. The client is alive, but for national security reason, we're not going to say ABC. Because this is a serious matter. And Mo Ali made the point about, we want to be in good relations again. We absolutely want to be in good relations again in Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, all our neighbors. But when we operate in a way where we can't even say where is the living body of a person who are in our custody, that in itself undermines the national security interest. So I think you can walk and chew gum here. Okay, we want to engage with our neighbors. We want to be in conversation with the Guineans for economic and political and national security reasons. But at the same time, let's meet the fundamental requirement of human rights and law. Where is the living body of this person? Produce the living body of this person, or say something. And I think you can do both. And I hope that our government will speak to it.
Thank you very much. Again, we'll be reaching out to the Justice Minister. We'll be reaching out to the Liberian National Police IG. But Councillor, while we try to, Councillor, can you adjust yourself on the camera, sir? You're totally outside of the camera zone. Thank you. But here's the issue, though. You asked the question, where is my client? Why do you think the Liberian government is holding back to answer you and Serena Seafors where your client may be as of today? And folks are demonstrating now. People are saying, is it true that he had almost 200,000 with him that the government took custody of, and other stuff that he had with him that the government cannot make available to you guys? Can you help us understand this? Why the government is not answering your question directly?
In fact, that is interesting. The other piece about it, the government itself in its rate indicated all this money thing, this amount, the other one. And they took 2 vehicles from him when they raided his house. Now, under Liberian law, for you to go into somebody's premises to say you're going to do such and seizure, it must be pursuant to a rate issued by a court of law. You do all of this. We've been in court for weeks. They have refused to bring a dime for that money.
And what's the amount here? What's the amount on the rate, on the document? Let's be precise.
I think it's around 180,000 or a little more.
US?
US. And some Guinean franc.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who did? Who did the arrest? The Liberia National Police, the National Security
The
who?
information I had is that it was a joint operation, including police officer and some NSA personnel.
And the money in question is not available.
The court ordered them to bring the money. To the best of my information, out of that amount, they returned $2,000, I think $2,800.
All 180,000.
Yeah.
What's your relationship with this government? You fought for this government. Now let's talk a little bit of
I fought
politics
for
here.
the rule of law.
No. The rule of law, the government during the election time, we saw you were actively involved. One of the issues concerning other things that we don't have to discuss tonight, you represented the government. The very Moadi that came on the call, they were pointing to you when the Unity Party was going through some other issue. What's your relationship with President Barker and this government as of tonight?
Well, he's still my uncle.
You may proceed, sir.
Yeah, you know, the Kisi and Madigopo got a relationship, uncle-nephew relationship. So we have that. My issue have been whenever I feel that we have secure power, but it's going to be used otherwise. It's going to be used to in fact violate the law because we have authority and we have power. Then we can be friends.
Do you think the president is violating the law, the constitution of the country?
I just cited a few. If we had a time, I'll give you a litany of them.
We will bring you on a one-on-one with the CEO when we have enough time to discuss it.
Constitution.
Where do you think this government is heading? My last question. Where do you think this government is heading with all these different complex issues within the last 10 months? I mean, how do you think the government is? I mean, what's the end game here, Councillor?
Well, I think political pundit Jackson will help us answer that.
Go ahead. I'm asking you, not Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam with us all the time. I'm asking you. Where do you think this government is heading right now?
Frankly, I think all of us need to be involved. We all need to be involved. The way we're proceeding seems to me to be a little bit troubling.
Troubling. When you offered the job, when you did not any offer from the government, when you're looking for the job, when Joseph Walker came to power, you thought you were going to work in this government?
You know, I have a small practice right now. And it's kind of paying off.
Okay. Dr. Richardson, your one question says, Glennie, Uncle Sam will go back to Ambassador Badu and the rest of the team will take us home. It's been a great show, guys. Let's try to wrap it up. And again, you are invited on one-on-one with the CEO where we have enough time that I can ask you all of the questions. We hope to see you on Sunday. And again, Ambassador John Badu, you also invited if you have the time. You can join us on Sunday. We always do 2 for 1. We are very cheap. When you do 2 for 1, the people get a lot. Dr. Richardson.
Councillor Janet, while you're on a bench, some people believe that you did not support dual citizenship. I'd like to know your position on that now.
I don't think anyone was supportive of dual citizenship more than me because I saw that 1978 law as only an attempt by the political elite to exclude thousands of our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. And I just thought that it was not fair. And the interesting thing about that law was it was just meant to exclude people that we didn't want to see. Almost every time I travel, I saw my colleagues with foreign passports. So in the land, most of the time I will have to leave so they can process their paper that I pass by them. So it just didn't make any sense to me. I tell you the truth. So I was one of those that was very clear about dual citizenship and also the voting of the Liberian diaspora in our election, which is provided for under the law. It is in the Constitution. Few guys sat down the last and they removed it from the statue. But it's in the constitution, so what are you gonna do about that?
Councilor, thank you very much. The people, they are calling me from the other side, they're beating on us. They say we are not being fair. There was an issue today, and Glennie raised the issue at the Capitol building. They took all the chairs off, they vandalized the whole place. Please speak to it, because they're calling me right now. I said, Stanton, you guys are not treating the case fair. What happened today, this morning, 3 a.m., somebody, construction company, went ahead and say in the main chamber, not the main chamber, by the way, the joint chamber, we're going to remove all the chairs for the 3 men and women not to have any session. What's your take?
No, actually, I didn't follow on that today. I really didn't.
Yeah, but they did. They removed the chair. So, I mean, who you think what's happening here?
Okay, so who removed the chairs?
Yes,
Your client, Falandi Gova.
The allegation that the majority
that's a very serious accusation.
Yeah.
A very serious accusation. If you are
Okay,
like
Glennie.
you for that.
Glennie, you want to close up with the councillor or Ambassador John Valu?
No, I think the allegations here, and I think Justice Jana is being strategic as a lawyer, as to there's a reason why he talked about this case today. I would hope that the government will address this, because we also do not want to have our allies and our neighbors get upset. So it's important that immediate attention is given to these allegations, so that whatever the story is, wherever this young man is, that he is produced to his lawyers, because this does not look good. And I will hope that they will pay attention to that, because these are grave allegations.
Thank you, Glennie. Guys, we have to end the show. Madam Titi saying, listen, we have to end the show. The councillor got to go. It's after 12. The time different, confusing me a lot. I seriously thought that it was after 11. So we're going to give the councillor his closing, and the ambassador will do his closing too, guys. We'll do our post analysis thereafter. Forgive me, because I thought we were going to do one question each, but this is the last round. Councillor, I'm so sorry to keep you in studio till after 12 a.m. Please do your closing. And again, the question you incorporate in your closing: do you think President Joseph Boakai has taken a side in the House of Representatives saga? Do your closing, sir.
First, I want to thank you and thank all of the people on this panel for this wonderful and very interesting discussion. I think this has been very helpful, and I think this brings us closer to home. And I want to thank each and every one of you for having me come here and talking whatever foolishness I could, and you don't mind me. So thank you very much. I want to say thank you to the senator, who has been a very good friend of mine. Of course, sometimes we disagree on some issue, but that's all right. That's part of the development of our country. So thank you again. And I can only hope that all of us will do whatever we can to ensure that in whatever way we believe we need to resolve problems, let them be resolved, not at the expense of the rule of law.
Do you think the president have taken a side, sir?
Well, I think the president, but if it is true that he has submitted some draft budget to the 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 clerk, I would think that is not the way prescribed by law and the tradition that we have followed over the last I don't know how many years, including the time of the president Boakai and Ellen Johnson's early administration.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kabina Janet. We look forward to seeing you on Sunday for part 2 of this great discussion. Have a good night, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. That's Kabina Janet. We're going to go ahead and bring a wonderful competition. We're going to go ahead and bring in Ambassador. And Ambassador, you're also invited on Sunday if you do have the time with the councillor. We'll have more time because we are less, and then we're going to ask more questions. Again, it's always good to see you. Please do your closing, and then we're going to go to post analysis, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you to you, Stanton, all of you panelists. Um, Let me say this in my closing, that I think the Speaker, Fanati Kofa, has impressed me with his education, his experience, his working with the government, not clearly as an opposition. I think all of this, he has earned my respect in this regard. I think his inclusion as Speaker of the House creates an environment of geographic balance in a hierarchy of the leadership of the country. He's from the Southeast, he's from the opposition. And he's been able to operate and cooperate, at least from where I sit, in a way that has pleased me. And so, in many ways, I have regarded him as a patriot. So when I say that there are three parties to this crisis conflict right now, the Speaker side, the majority bloc side, and the Liberian people side. What has been very disappointing, and that's why I feel compelled to speak today, to add my voice to very few people, one or two who have been trying to make the same case, is that each bloc has their own interests. The Speaker side is trying to maintain on their power and for all the other reasons that they have given. The majority bloc is trying to infuse their own interest in a way that makes them comfortable and all the other reasons that they have given. The Liberian people must have their interest, and so far that interest is not being projected in the debate. The Liberian people have left their interest and now taking sides. You pro-speaker or you anti-speaker, and we're throwing blows at each other, and we are the victims of the very workings of the Zaire legislature. The Speaker, let me remind us, has accused the majority bloc members of inflating the budget during the budget process to the tune of millions of dollars, renegotiating with ministers and directors of agencies, and getting kickback in millions of dollars. The Speaker has accused the majority member of intimidating businesses and extorting money from them. In his name, using his name, the Speaker has said that there are 91 bills before them to pass, and the majority members of that lawmakers are now requesting $150,000 to do that. The minister called him and he said nobody should give a dime. The Speaker has, and members of the Speaker's bloc has accused members of the executive and others of bribery to the tune of $25,000 each member, that they claim to have evidence. Some of them have gone to the courts calling for investigation. These things are grave. The opposition bloc have accused the Speaker of receiving and accessing more than $7 million illegally outside of his budget. The majority bloc has accused the Speaker of conflict of interest, having his firm, the law firm, providing legal services to institutions that he should be having oversight. The majority bloc have accused the Speaker of obstructing audit, that he had driven the GSC out of the place. They have accused him of unilaterally altering the budget. These are grave allegations. The Speaker, like members of the honorable, like the majority bloc, are all honorable elected men and women of the legislature by the people. We call them honorable for a reason. So nothing they say will be taken lightly. Both of them have accused and revealed to the highest level extreme corruption, ineffectiveness, inefficiency, and gross abuse of power, to the point that we say they are negligent of the well-being of the suffering masses, whether they are suffering from drugs, child education, hospitals, roads, development program, agriculture. They don't care. They are just seeking their interest. I just say to the Liberian people, I can understand the Speaker side, they are protecting the interest. I can understand the majority protecting the interest. I just call on the Liberian people to protect their interest. Make sure that where the solution should come from should not be where they're providing the problems. So I call on the citizens of this country, all the civil society organizations, join in with all the professional organizations and demand an outright audit of that legislature, an outright investigation of all of these allegations, because we are looking for a political solution, because that's a political house. And after that political solution, everything will simmer down as normal and they will keep their secrets again. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity where they themselves have revealed what they have been protecting over the years. I was a senator. When I was in the legislature, these same things happened. Some of us spoke, some of us debated it, but the majority kept this thing down. Today, they themselves are revealing it. We have seized it now and not going back to them again. We will work on it and we will investigate that. Who's lying, we will know. Who's speaking the truth, we will know. Let the rule of law take its course. People have asked on the president, the executive, to intervene. I will call on the president, the executive, to intervene in ensuring that these allegations are investigated to the letter. And let's protect the integrity of other people who have been falsely accused, and we hold those accountable who are correctly accused. On this note, let me thank all of you for this opportunity. I think Liberian people should stop making fools of ourselves, taking sides, joining people who are clearly stealing from you. Something is wrong somewhere. And let's, for the first time, take opportunity and protect our interests, if not for us, for the next generation. When I was in the Senate, similar thinking, and one lady, she said that God beating them so. This is a real occurrence that we can say God beating people so, and they are confessing on their own without any kind of coercion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. It's always good to have you. Again, you're always welcome. We hope you can join us on Sunday. Guys, I want to say thank you a lot to you and the Councilor, Kabina Janet. Didn't know he was your long old-time friend. But again, this is the Spoon Talk. And you are right, though. The new age of politics, because of social media, a lot of stuff is coming up. Thanks a lot, Ambassador.
You're welcome.
Ambassador, before you leave, real quick, though. I mean, you're not going to get a job? We didn't hear your name yet. Are you in the photo?
I didn't for this one, yeah.
People are talking to me.
Got it add.
People are talking to me. Thank you for your concern.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Bye. All right. So there we have it. Post analysis real quick, guys. It's all good to be on Spoon Talk. Again, we are making this great engagement because of Liberia. To all our friends, our followers, we say thank you very much. A.B. Croman, the former LDEA boss, would be our guest on Wednesday. His thinking, since the president, dismissed him, the way forward, what he think about Liberia. We got in so many information, and we're saying to you on Wednesday, he will be our guest here on Spoon Talk. Guys, let's close the show. Who want to go first? I'm talking about A.B. Croman. You're laughing, Mr. Dualu, and Fatima is kind of serious. I don't know what's going on here. But he'll be our guest.
Let me go first.
He will be our guest. Go ahead, Dualu.
No,
Dualu, you run away from us. Yeah. You always do this thing. You go first, you run away. Okay, go ahead.
No, man, to the audience, my man, the audience, I love the audience. You always get us going. You're good now, you're calm down. My body been enough of fun. I'll get anything you say. But let's get serious a little bit. Look, guys, I was talking about Fernando Gopa removing the chairs. There was a release from, I believe, the presidential press secretary. It's a renovation going on. Even though I found it fishy that the renovation is being done now. But
there's a release from who?
Oh, you didn't get a release?
From who?
Hold on. I know I have the release here.
Kula?
I think it was released from Honorable Cecilia Abram.
Yeah, we got that. We got that release.
Okay. Yeah, so
presidential press secretary. That's why I
okay, yeah, I was wrong. So if not for that, go far, I was just joking around. But guys, let's get serious about Liberia. We have every comment that is made here, especially if you held a very important position before or you hold one now, it goes a long way. You got to understand the audience you're speaking to as well. At the end of the day, we want better for Liberia, but I want to say this directly to the Information Ministry or the President Press Secretary. They have to come out and release a statement regarding this brother that is presumed to have gotten killed, because we don't want this kind of message going on. And the government cannot be hiding people. If you want to charge mommy, using your mommy, you want to charge Babu the boy, don't be hiding him, charge him through the process, take Dwali to the court. Me, I'm want to charge me on the ground because I get shot.
Why get be Uncle Sam? Why me?
No, by the way. So if you want to charge mommy, don't go away behind Babu, way in the bush, you go charge a man there. Can't even carry that bidding. We got President let, who borrows Montino, Lango let We
Nah,
shall.
let that go. Let that go. Don't even mention that.
The less shiny, the less
I
shiny.
gotta let that turn green.
You
I
know,
thought it would be yellow and
sorry,
green.
You made
to
the
the
less
audience,
shiny back.
man. Mr. Kennedy, thank you very much for making it always laugh. I love the audience. You guys, you can be brutal at times. Fatu, you can take it brutal. But anyway, at the end of the day, that I'm pretty much getting with you on buy it. So let me
We
get to you.
want to say thanks to all of you again. Don't forget, you must join us tomorrow. There will be a big day in the House of Representatives. Mo Ali will be appearing. Again, I'm going to ask Mo Ali whether he's going to show up. Obviously, please do not get mad. It's very important. Salif Talo also will extend an invitation. We want to know whether he will be showing up as well. Again, it's just only important that you find all these beautiful things on Spoon. Like Sister Glennie said, you know, whenever we want to ask a question, Mo Ali can black and say he will answer that question. Don't forget again, just to know that the University of Liberia, the students are going crazy, you know, crazy in the good sense that they're fighting, post-side and soup, again, under this government. Here we are talking about everything plus more. Only on Spoon you can find it. Guys, let's get into you. What you expect tomorrow from the House of Representatives? Samuel Kogai, the majority black, bought a lot of chairs. They said, we're going there. They can take the chair or we'll go there and assemble. So
Can
what's
he
your
renovate the building? Can he renovate the building?
no,
Say he gets
but
into
actually,
money.
though,
Can he renovate the building?
I really want to know from you, Dr. Richardson, what's actually happened today? Who you blame for it to remove those chairs? Is it Kofa? I mean, is it a bridge to communication here? Do you believe that it was renovation at this time? I mean, what's your take, Dr. Richardson?
Well, based on the letter we read from Priscilla Cooper, I believe, she stated that this was in the plan. They were renovating the building, and they just happened to, be doing random renovations. So I have to believe what I read, and I don't think people can say, you can have any kind of theory in your head or any kind of assumptions. It's on you, but that's what I read, and that's what I saw. Um, People can question, the timing of the renovation. If I have renovation coming in my house, I go according to what the construction workers tell me, or the engineer who's in charge. I mean, except if I have something very pressing that I'm not home or something like that, or if I wanted to fix something a certain way, then I would tell them to do that. But we're talking about the Capitol building, all of this was in the plan. I believe it was a very informative show. I really enjoyed just the Jenna here today. I think he was, open with the viewers, with the panelists. He answered a lot of our questions, and the ones that he couldn't answer for good reasons, I understood it. I think one of the things that I really took away from him was that, I also had the question, and somebody asked this question, how is it that Fanati Kofa was chair of the judiciary branch or organization in the House of Representatives, and he was there when you were impeached, but yet and still, you are now representing him, and he said it's not about Fanati Kofa. He even gave her a whole scenario about Nelson Mandela. It's about the rule of law. And he said we can use people's character to, support the rule of law. Otherwise, we won't be able to support anybody in Liberia because we all have some kind of baggage, in our closet, some kind of skeleton in our closet. So I think I took away, that aspect from him being here today, that this is about the rule of law, allowing Finati Kofa, whether you like him or not, whether he committed charges or now counts or how many counts against him, allow him to have his due process. That's what we're asking for. We can't just go by, resign because other people did that, so he should do that. I mean, that's his right. He can choose to resign or not to resign. That is his right that we have to respect that. And nothing more, nothing less. So that's what I have to say. Thank you guys. It was a great show.
Dr. Richardson, that was a good takeaway. I really enjoyed when you brought the Nelson Mandela piece into the water question. 100%. We more about Nelson Mandela history is very, 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 very good for us. I want to bring in the majority black spokesperson for the family here while we do our closing. Representative Family, District Number 7, Bon County. Who do you think responsible for the removal of the chairs today. I mean, what's your take?
Yeah, Senator, before I proceed with my comment, I want for Honorable Thomas, who some of the guys who on the other side who did the wrong was making mention of, to make a comment first before I can.
Correct. Let's bring in Representative Thomas. Representative Thomas, talk to us because we heard that you were part of the Judiciary Committee that sat on the document of the contract. So what say you?
Okay, so CEO, thank you so much, and thanks to our listening public, especially the peace-loving people of District Number 4, Maserado County. Officially, as you're aware, I'm the chair on the House's Committees on Judiciary. So there was an official contract even signed by the Speaker and the entire leadership, awarding contract to a contractor that was pre-financing the renovation of the House's chamber. So let me take it slowly. The House of Representatives has 3 official chambers, excluding the ones for the Senate. So we have the new chamber that was constructed in a new Chinese building that is currently being used by members of the 55th. We have the old chamber.
If you say currently being used by a member of the 55th, you're talking about the Speaker of Funati Kofa Group, correct?
Yeah, if I say 55th, that's our chamber. That's why we were.
Then you got to be very clear which group, because you guys not turning into fashion.
Majority black is the minority black is sitting in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So we also have the official chamber, because that chamber was actually built as a committee room for business, with the idea that the official chamber of the legislature, of the House of Representatives, which is in the old building that was occupied by the 52nd, 53rd, 54th. You got it?
Yes, sir.
And the third chamber is the joint chamber, which is shared by both the House and the Senate. If you enter the joint chamber, you will see 2 pews, 2 set of pews. The one on the right is for the House of Representatives, and the one on the left is for the Senate. So normally when it comes to the renovation of that chamber, the joint chamber, you listen to Honorable Senator Blevo Brown today. He was clear, and we need to discuss this issue rationally and take up public sentiments and all of this scheming thing out of it. So when it comes to the renovation, there is a joint budgetary support both from the House and the Senate to renovate that chamber. If you read the heading, it's a contract for the renovation of the old chamber, which is the chamber I just discussed with you. Now, that contract was supposed to carry 2 projects. Number 1 is the renovation of the, because we have decided through the committee headed by Priscilla Cooper, for us to renovate that chamber so that we can move back into our chamber, because it's spacious enough and it carries every county, every district name tag on it, and the seating capacity is arranged, per county, and the rest of it is more organized than the one we're in, because that is just a basic committee room. If you've been to the Nigerian parliament, you've been to other parliament, you will see those small committee rooms. That is the semblance of that chamber. So that contract was signed for the renovation of the old chamber and also to do the website. Those were the 2 contracts that were signed. But interestingly, we hear our colleagues all on social media, or even OKFM have called me today. I have gone for the opening of the 9th Judicial Circuit Court for the November term of court. And I'm hearing calls from all over how you sign a document. And even in the worst case, Stanton, in the worst case, assuming but not admitting, if we sign that contract for the renovation of the joint chamber, and this renovation is about to kick off, with the current reality at the legislature that the majority black is seated in that chamber, there should be an official notice. Notice is one of the cardinal principles in law.
But you're not there.
Yes, okay. Assuming by that meeting that we sign this contract for the renovation of the chamber. Now we are about to renovate the chamber. An official communication must be submitted to the majority member that, yeah, even though you are sitting here, but an official contract was signed, before this impasse, and because of the
So thank you very much, the honorable man. Because we got to go. Do you think that it was done with an intent to disrupt your sitting?
Exactly, you can say that 1,000 times.
And it was done with an intent from the speaker block.
Correct. Without any regard to members of the legislature.
Were you informed then, prior to this situation, that there will be a construction, there will be something happening within a given time, like from the 1st of November to now? Were you informed?
Not at all. Not at all. There was a pre-finance contract that was signed, and that contract was supposed to cover the old chamber and the house's website. That's why we are aware of. You can even post a document today, and look at the heading of the document he posted. The renovation of the old chamber. I just listed the 3 chambers that we have for the House of Representatives side. The new chamber in the Chinese building, the old chamber, which is the HOR official chamber that was occupied by 53rd, 54th. Then you also got a joint chamber. Does that document carry joint chamber?
Thank you. Again,
we need to be respectful to each other as colleagues, because we are in our legislature for the next 5 years.
Thank you very much.
There was a disrespect to us as member of the majority.
As chairman on judiciary, the president has everything in play right now. He will not be meeting the ECOWAS body. Thomas Fada and Samuel Koga, they are scheduled to meet with them. What's your take? Are you guys going to meet with the ECOWAS committee?
So I think in my mind, like if the judiciary branch of government decline to issue a rate because they don't want to get involved and the law is not on the side of the minority member, the executive also, because if the president sits and have a conversation with that delegation, tomorrow, whatever the outcome of this delegation, whatever report, whatever decision that will be the outcome, people might say, oh, they had a conversation with the president and that's the president's decision.
Has the judiciary branch declined?
They decline the rate. It tells you.
No, I'm not talking about the rate. I'm talking about the meeting with ECOWAS delegation.
No, I can't speak to that. I'm discussing how you call it.
So yes or no, real quick. We Thomas Fada and the chair, Samuel Koga, meet with the ECOWAS delegation.
Oh yeah, we will have a conversation. The leadership will be meeting. Not just the 2 honorables. The leadership will have a.
So the leadership will have a conversation and a determination will be made tomorrow.
Exactly, but our points are clear. The resolution is clear.
Thank you.
And distinct.
Thank you very much.
These are our issues. It has been written and transformed into a resolution, and we stand by it.
Are we getting any addition to your 43 members tomorrow from the minority? We are hearing that some people will be crossing over. Can you confirm or deny this?
So we are working progressively. We will speak to you when you see the faces on the floor tomorrow.
So are we expecting, because your chairs that you took in there is not 43, they are more than 43. Are we expecting any addition? Because we were counting them. It's the reason why you took more than 43 chairs. You bought more than 43 chairs. Are you expecting anyone other than the 43 members, sir?
So what I can say to you, The both sides are working, and we are way ahead of this game. As you see, our number has not changed, and it will even be skyrocketing in a few days.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Thomas. Again, it's always good to have you. I hope you're serving the people of District Number 4 with nothing but the best. I'm not asking Eduardo for your appearance on the show tonight. You will pay. We'll say our invoice. Thank you.
Hello, Senator.
Yeah, Fabula, go ahead.
So I felt it was necessary to talk to one of those who signed the contract. The actions of the likes of Honorable Cooper and the statement made by the Director of Security from the Senate side, that Honorable Yorkbo allegedly made a call to the Security Director of the lower house, informing them that they should move in and do what they did. I think undermines our country in the face of the international community. We can boast of our democracy on the basis of the kind of credential we have put in place. For people to put their personal interests ahead of the state and try to damage materials that the country owns, I think undermine everything we are doing. We need to put Liberia first, and it is disgraceful. You saw what all happened today. They were struggling to provide evidence to support their claim. What they would have done today was to provide you the copy of the contract that states that the joint chamber is a part of the contract that was signed. They are aware that the only contract that was signed has to do with the main chamber, and evidence
Again, let me interrupt you because we got to go. The guys on the show again, we'll have you guys tomorrow, but you're quite correct. The contract we have in our possession didn't mention the John Chamber, so the senator is quite correct also for coming on to speak. We do have the contract. We'll be speaking on this more because we didn't receive contract and saying John Chamber. The word John Chamber, we didn't receive a contract. You are quite correct.
So, Senator, that is just the proof that these guys has consistently provided misinformation in the public. Before I learn on this though, because we saw on one of the trending news, and you try reaching out to find out that Honorable Mutu and the chairman of the majority bloc had a scuffle. And I think that is just another misinformation, and I think it's from the belly of the devil. I'm here seated with the honorable man, Honorable Poto, who wanted
to say Honorable Poto punched Samuel Koga in the face.
Misinformation, and I think Honorable Poto or Koga have a friend. There's nowhere in this country that they have had any argument, so he can speak for himself.
No, it's okay, my man. It's okay. We gotta go. We're gonna have
some of these things are misinformation. The fact that you have a copy of the contract speak to the fact that they lie to the Liberian people today. They went there intentionally to distract us, to undermine the Liberian people business, because we have been very definite that we'll go to session.
But in a good way, the speaker said these things were playing. You guys were fully aware of it. Likewise, I said.
So you saw the contract did not speak to it. So
correct. So we're gonna have somebody from the camp. But what's your program for tomorrow now? What's your program before we let you go?
Few of the things the first thing is that to those who on the show, I think sometimes when things are wrong, it's better. Do not dig your head into the wrong and say, I will consistently.
So let's talk about your program tomorrow now. What's your program for tomorrow? Leave the panelists alone, my man. You are not our panel. You don't want to be a panelist. You're a spokesman for the 3 men and women. Let's stick to it, my man. What's your program for tomorrow?
The program that we have for tomorrow, the first thing is one. There are few communication. The issues of the speaker being given due process is on the docket for tomorrow. He will be officially communicated with. The issue of past communications inviting committees and colleagues of ours who have failed to come to work. We will get an update and a return copy from the sergeant arm as to how the service was made. When you hear the issue of due process, we have initiated that process. So the issues of how service was made, we will get that service response from the sergeant arm tomorrow. We also have on our docket for tomorrow the appearance of a minister, the Minister of Internal Affairs, to come and provide update on the role.
Will he be appearing tomorrow? Will he be appearing tomorrow?
I'm sure that he will appear because
Will more Ali appear tomorrow? Will more Ali appear tomorrow?
Because the Liberian people want to hear from them. The Liberian people want to know the story that has been provided.
Have they replied? Have they replied? Have they replied, you guys? Will they appear tomorrow? Yes or no? Or you're not sure?
What happened is that when you are invited, if there is any reply, that reply is sent to the clerk, the chief clerk or the deputy. So tomorrow we'll know officially, and I believe they will respond and they will be in section. I think it is because of all of these fights. And the next thing is that the guy, which they have agreed to, that we are in section, they want to thwart everything. They want to.
Thank you very much, Honorable Man Family. Honorable Family, thank you.
Very sincere with how we discuss the issue.
We will have you again. We will have you again tomorrow, Honorable Family. We'll have you again tomorrow, Honorable Family. It's always good having you.
I wish you could even show a view of the.
Honorable Family, wouldn't it be good that you come in studio tomorrow, because we're tired of having you on the phone. If you're scared, we'll provide security for you.
If you can provide security, I'll be in your studio.
We'll provide security for you. We'll call Councilor.
Security I need.
Yeah, we'll call Gregory Coleman. We'll provide security for you.
On the ground of the capital and demolish valuable items. Why you think about an individual like me?
No problem. Once we provide security for you, then maybe. Thank you very much, the honorable man. As always, it's good having you on the phone. Thank you.
Thank you again.
You're welcome. For my take, I would like to say to all of you, a beautiful show today, not to waste any further time. As always, join us again tomorrow. The work of the House of Representatives, the Fonati Black, and that of the Samuel Koga Black. It will be very interesting. All the journalists standing by, they're going to have a wonderful time at the Capitol. You saw what happened today. The University of Liberia, things falling apart. But notwithstanding, we're still looking forward up to the law for direction. And listen, I don't know. Jose Yima Bwaga will be all over the country on the 18th. He will be traveling to Sierra Leone. I don't know by road or by plane, but he will be there from the 18th to some other date. The regional issue is very concerning. The Guinea issue, the Sierra Leone issue, everything concerning. We are going to keep you informed. Big story today. Councilor Kabina Janet said they killed his client. That's big news. It's scary. Call for national security concern. Where are we? Every day we come a spoon, we look onto you to join us. We say thank you for being part of this show. Join us again tomorrow. It will be very, very important. To my sister Glennie, Fatima, Uncle Sam, and Dr. Boble, who is in the United States of America, will be joining us and closing the show. He will be the last to rock and roll. Glennie, your take, everything you hear.
So I want to start from Honorable Famula. Why is it is that I have no control on this show. I'm just tired hearing him coming and saying the same thing over and over and over again. And if he's afraid to go anywhere, I'm sure he's not afraid to leave the hotel to the Capitol building. So I don't know why he's trying to equate the fact that he wants to come on phone, that he needs security when he's all around Monrovia, doesn't have security, but that's his issue. I think what Justice Janet said is serious. I will hope the Liberian government take serious notice of that and do something about it, because I don't think the allegations he made are anything small. We should not hear such a thing about our government, and I will hope that will be addressed subsequently. I will also hope that the senators, the representatives, see how they have money so quick today. Earlier is right across the street. It's leaking. They could have purchased chairs for those students. Immediately able to purchase chairs for them to sit down today. They could have done something for a classroom in LU. They could have done that. That money they took and bought those expensive chairs to sit in, they could have used it for the University of Liberia. Coming here to be talking every day, talking the same thing, don't want to follow rule of law. I'm tired hearing it.
Thank you, Glendy. Thank you very much. You make some good point, but I'm not tired. We're here every day, and we're here, and you can talk. You are here every day. Fatima, go ahead. Another talkative. Fatima, another talkative. Go ahead.
I think it was a very good show. It was a pleasure to be here, to hear Honorable Janet. I mean, I don't agree with most of the things that he said. I do not believe that the president of the Republic of Liberia, if Councillor Janet stood here and said that uh, the Supreme Court said he had nothing to say, why would the president of the Republic of Liberia have something to say in this matter? I don't think the president needs to be blamed for any of this. I believe that it would be a political suicide, seriously, if the president was to just jump into this and be a part of it. The people, they are in court. I think they went to court. These issues should be resolved. If they wanted for intervention from the president, it shouldn't have gone to court. So my next thing is, as it pertains to the young guy who is missing, I think it's fair that we try, the Liberian government, put a statement out there. I think
he's not missing. He's not missing, Fatima.
Where is he?
He was in prison, and the Liberian government took him from prison. His way
That's what I'm saying,
but
but
he's unknown.
Yeah,
He's
that's what
not
I'm saying.
missing, but he's unknown.
If he's unknown or he's not around, I will classify that as missing. They need to produce him. It's only fair. I would also like to say something. When it as it pertains to the vandalism of the House of Representatives, the Joint Chambers today, I think it was wrong on whosoever part that did that. If they felt like they were doing renovation, it's just a cover-up. Let's be realistic here. I mean, let's talk freely. It's just a cover-up. Why would you be renovating somebody somewhere and people sit there for session and you don't tell them? Let's call a spade a spade. They were wrong. It's immature. It's childish. Because the thing is, the Constitution calls for the same city. You don't want them to sit there. You may as well tell them. They will find somewhere in the city to sit there. You don't have to go vandalize all of the properties and say you are doing it because you had this memo, which of course you don't have any documentation to prove that it was supposed to be in a joint hall, whatever it's called. It was wrong. It was immature. That does not stop what the people are doing. We have to get it through our heads. If you are leading people, and you can call them renegades, you can call them whatever you want to call them, you are leading people and they say that they've lost confidence. And let me not surprise some of you here. Some of the people you think that are holding constant to the speaker side, they're asking the majority black, if you just make me speaker, I'll bring the rest of the people. If you will make me speaker, I'll bring the rest of the people to join you. So I hope you're understanding that people are in it for themselves. At the end of the day, they will leave the speaker hanging. You better realize that. The fact remains that Liberia is our country. No one person is entitled to any position in Liberia. It's a privilege to serve the people of Liberia. And when a mantle of power is given to you, you should hold it with the utmost respect. You should make sure that our office is sacred and you should take it. You should hold the responsibility given to you with every right. Okay? And so when people come against you and say they do not want you, I think the right thing to do, you're asking for due process. They are not in the process of giving due process, and then you're running away from due process. Ladies and gentlemen, people, all of those that are watching, all of them are saying this, I'm going to tell you one more time. I am a supporter of this president. I do not make any excuses about that. Anything that will stall the president's agenda, I'm totally against it. And I feel that this whole saga is stalling the president's agenda. We as Liberians, we need to speak to our lawmakers. I'm most hated. I really don't, you know me, I don't wear my feelings on my sleeves. You can say anything about me. I just sit here and laugh at the comments because as Tyler Perry say, it's not what they call you, it's what you answer to. I know who I am, and I take it very seriously. Funati Kofa, and like the people that I honor you, 43 of them have lost confidence in you, including the deputy speaker. And now you're vilifying, you're saying the deputy speaker is this and that. He has a right to hold his position and to say he too has lost confidence in the speaker. So this is my part. I'm glad that Councillor Janet was able to come here and express himself. I totally believe that if you should have proof. If you're accusing people of murder, of killing people, you should have proof. It shouldn't be no naysay. They should bring a body. There should be some forensic evidence that this person was killed. So I thank you guys, everyone, for watching Spoon. And I hope that you'll come again. To all those who share the show, I say thank you. To all those who watch every single day, I say thank you for trying to make our country better. God bless you.
Thank you, Sister Fatima. And I know Uncle Sam and Dr. Bopla were close on this one. I think I missed this one. Let me just add it. I think the Fonati Black made a mistake. I will agree with you, Fatima. And thank God they tried to come up with a statement. I do believe whatsoever happened shouldn't have happened. Even if you have a contract and they were going to renovate the entire building, the fact that we identified the majority black was in that session, they should have at least reminded them, given some advice, and said, listen, renovation got to go on, and give them time to relocate. But what happened today? People just believe internationally that it has some intent. And that's why ECOWAS intervention is important, because now where are we going? You do me, I do you, nothing more, nothing less. So I hope the speaker can consider this and be very careful, he and his team, whatever you have moving forward, make some adjustment and just avail the time and the session to these guys to do their thing till this thing can come to a close. I do believe there was some mistake from the Fonati Black. And I think Fonati as speaker, he will do better next time and advise his members to do better, because this actually was a flop. Uncle Sam?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm having dizzy spells and really tired of the constant bickering in the country. I mean, I don't understand it. The post-war democratic dispensation, giving people a government on a silver platter with no um, no incursion, no insurrection. What we have a liberal democracy, and we have opportunities to move into the 21st century, and all we do is bicker and bicker and bicker. Clearly, okay, people need to come together for the common cause. The common cause is prosperity for our people. That's the common cause. There's nothing else that's important. If you disagree with the speaker and you want to get him out, there's a rule. It's called the Constitution, 2/3. And if you say that, okay, we can't reach it, but we're going to act in an ultra-virus manner, contrary to the Constitution, and will put pressure on him, you're bringing the country to the brink. And these things that happened in Liberia over the last 40 some more years, in fact, Liberia is a country of wars, 135 wars. Read my book, 135 wars. Prior to 1979, 1980, 1955, the David Coleman situation. And prior to that, the Dwight Nimlin situation. So you 130, every single generation, there's a war, there's some kind of contention in the country. Over what? Over what? What is it that we are fighting about? That we own the country. Trillions and trillions of dollars worth of resources. We have beautiful ocean, 350 miles, a rainforest, everything. We have iron ore, we have gold, we have manganese, we have bauxite, we have everything. All we have to do is sit down and divide it amongst ourselves. Liberia reminds me of a family where the father dies and he got about 6 or 7 children. He leaves $1 billion, but they're fighting over it because somebody wants to get most of it, so they're trying to divide it equally. That's how Liberia is looking like. We can, this is our country. We don't have to have B Mountain taking out $600+ million worth of gold, or ArcelorMittal taking in $200 million worth of iron ore, or Wesley Cluster trucking iron ore to the streets, giving contract to Metec, a Lebanese company, to do our tracking, and CTN, Aminata, a Sierra Leone girl. We can't give it to ourselves. We can't give it to ourselves because we don't trust ourselves. Look at the chairs they bought today. They didn't buy the chairs from any kind of Liberian furniture shop. Look at those are imported, and they get it just like that. Just like that. Just like that. They bought those chairs just like that. Why they can't buy chairs for LU and all the MCSS schools? Why they can't buy chairs for them just like that? Why? If something is wrong. And I always tell them that if I were younger, they'll be in some serious mess. Because clearly they're arrogating unto themselves powers that they do not have to hold the country hostage. They're holding the country hostage. They're holding the country hostage. Well, we have to bring in a Togolese woman that's part of an autocracy, where they just revise the constitution of Togo, where the citizens cannot elect a president. This is the woman that is coming as head of the delegation to come and tell us about democracy in a country where there's no democracy, where they have something, an aristocracy, where the presidency comes from the father to the son, and they're going to come to lecture us about an impasse in our democracy. Look, I've said enough. I love you guys. Good night, Liberians, and you have a good day. Okay, I have an issue here with my ceiling, my fan, my wall. I got some construction people here, so I gotta go, guys. Love you all.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Dr. Bobler, please take us home. It's all yours, sir.
Thank you, Stanton, and it's always a privilege to be able to share with the nation. So every opportunity we have, all of us, wherever we are, to engage is meaningful, because I think from the confluence of all of our wisdom, we'll find solutions. Our country will get better. Worse is not an option. We'll get better. We'll get better. So here's what I want to say in closing, right? First, I didn't get to ask Justice John this, but maybe CEO can ask him when they do that one-on-one, because we're trying to solve a problem. We're trying to solve a problem, and he is the counsel for the speaker. So I want to know what is his best outcome and what is the pathway to that, because we have to solve this problem. This cannot go on forever. My good friend Mo Ali was on, and he, typical Mo Ali style, very impassioned, and he talked about it be impeachable if the president were to get involved. The problem with what Mo said is that it has no grounding in law, fact, or precedence. The truth be told, the president, Stanton, is the only one who was elected by the whole country. All those other people that are talking, they were just elected by district, your representative, or by your county. The president was elected by the whole country, has a mandate to move the nation forward. He can call all those across the road and say, "Y'all come, let's talk," because we got to move our nation forward. And he will be in his right to do so in the best interest of the people. I really wanted to ask Senator John Ballard this. He too was very passionate when he talked about how these kinds of things that are happening and the accusation against the speaker, keeping the people poor. But the senator was there for 9 years, and the road to southeast where his county is still unpaved. It's dusty in the dry season and muddy in the rainy season. You can barely pass through. But across the border, our Sierra Leonean friends fixed the road from Boer to Freetown, from Freetown to Boer, and put toll booth on there. But he was there for 9 years, and none of that happened in the southeast. But now he remembers that the poor people are struggling. I wish those who have the privilege, Stanton, to lead will remember the mandate and the people that they lead when they are leading, and not after they have left office. Because that commentary is of no value to us in this generation. We're totally uninterested. There's a thing called integrity, and it still matters. The final thing I want to say here is this. That issue with the Guinean is serious. All my colleagues have said it, and I'm right with them. I just wish that the government stand up would say something, that the justice minister, somebody would just say something. You don't have to divulge all of the information that will compromise national security, but you have a right to respect the integrity of our law and human rights and say, listen, we're handling this matter and this man's alive and will not tell you where he is. Something to that effect. I wish they would do that. But I thank you, CEO, for the opportunity and to all my panelists for the good work you do, the sacrifice you make. May God bless all of our efforts.
Excellent.
Again, Dr. Bobler, where's my auntie? Yeah, you know, I gotta play a complaint, but I'm gonna do it by joke. I want to say, don't fall for this, though. These three people that want to say,
Go to the altar. You need hands laid on you. You need to lay hands on you. Go to the altar and they'll lay hands on you.
He said you are preaching on Sunday. I see what they're preaching Wednesday.
I preach on Sunday. I preach on Sunday.
I
preach
want
that.
I want to know the message.
What no recording?
What a message.
I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you.
Recording.
What's
it? You know, share everything else. Share that with me.
Jesus Christ was in the boat, Dr. Bopler, and all the storm and all the trouble was happening, Dr. Bopler. It was ready. The boat was toasting, master. The temptation is raging. I appreciate that. Listen what happened. Jesus Christ wasn't moved.
What is it?
Dr. Bopler, Jesus Christ wasn't moved. Jesus Christ was being Jesus. If you do not, let me tell you now, hold on, that total Danny, you don't go to church, you go to online church, we don't do online church, we are the all-time relation. Dr. Bobler, that's the issue. When the disciples were in the trouble, Jesus Christ was there. He wasn't moved. He was sleeping, sound. It was raining. It was thunderstorm. The boat was moving up and down. Jesus Christ wasn't moved. Through your trouble, he is not moved. Through your hardship, he is not moved. Through the House of Representatives crisis, he is not moved. Through the mighty, the worst corruption in the country, he is not moved. Jesus Christ is always there. But you know why? You got to invite him. You got to call on him. If you got to call on him. And when you call on him, when the disciples called on Jesus Christ, that's a book plan. Peter, being a fisherman all his years, he couldn't control the situation. Sometimes you are a doctor, sometimes you are psychology, sometimes you are nurse, sometimes you think you are the best politician, you're the best counselor. But you know what? Peter Peter realized that the master of the ocean, the master of the universe, the master of the earth, moon, and star, the life and death, the master of all, he was right there. Then you know what Peter did? Peter tapped onto him. Master, carest not that we perish? Woo! Said what happened?
Yeah.
After all was said and done.
Preacher.
After all was said and done, Peter realized something. Why am I here suffering myself when I've had Jesus on my side? Why am I here suffering myself when the master is right there? And he tapped Jesus. He said, Jesus, master, carest not that we perish? And Jesus said, oh, thou of little faith. You saw me healing the sick. You saw me raising the dead. You saw me healing your mother-in-law. And you're afraid?
Stand up.
And he said, peace. He said, peace. Be still. I'm here to tell you, peace. Be still. This shall pass. There is no electricity, it will pass. There is no food, it will pass. Peace, be still. That's the problem I give it to you, man.
I just wanted to ask you, my man, that's powerful. I don't want to ask you, we text you use now.
Matthew chapter 8, verse 23 to 27. Come on, man. Peace, be still.
You see what the other way can do? I said, you see
Still.
what the other way.
They are not going to heaven, Dr. Bobler. Those two ladies.
My man, that was powerful. Yeah, that was powerful. But my man, listen, In time, man. We need to make time so we can.
Yeah, if you can, let's try to hook up. Dr. Boble, I'm here. I'm in Jersey.
Yeah,
Where are
yeah.
you?
Let's do that. In Maryland, Baltimore.
Oh, you are like almost 2 hours from me. Let's try to meet and
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you can do the show from my end, Dr. Boble. Yeah, it will be good. Let me know. Come to
yeah.
church and my
We'll try
family
to
can
work
meet
it out.
your family. We'll be happy to meet each other.
Yeah, we'll try to work it out. All right,
Thank
man.
you,
Take care.
Robert. Thank you, Robert. Nelson, you want to come on the show? Let's close this thing. Nelson Colette, man, guys, we want to say thank you. A great show today, a powerful show, a wonderful show. Wherever you find yourself, we just say thank you for joining Spoon. This is your network. This is where you belong, though. Nelson Colette, if you're in the back, can you come on? Listen, we're going to bring in Councillor Kabina Janet again on Sunday for round two. We're going to ask our dear ambassador, John Balu, to join us on Sunday again. It's always good having you. A.B. Kroma will be our guest on Wednesday. Tomorrow, we got a surprise for you. It will be a wonderful time from the House of Representatives, the Capitol building. Listen, ECOWAS committee in the country, you want to know who they will be meeting? We got a full schedule. I'll ask Nelson to please share the schedule. It's in our chat room. Everybody that will be meeting. Again, why the president say he's not meeting them? To each his own. Like Jesus Christ said to Peter and the disciples, when he stood up on that boat and he spoke to the wind, he spoke to the wave, he spoke to all the situation, and he said, peace, be still. And that was the great calm. And everything was still. Jesus Christ stayed in Liberia. And he's speaking to you, peace, be still. This too shall pass. This too shall pass, and Liberia will be a better place. Have a good night from my end. I love you. Don't forget, but Jesus loves you the best. If you're in the area, in Burlington, Ashwater Park, anywhere you want to have fellowship, we are inviting you to the church. Again, we say, peace, be still, and have a good day. Nelson, thank you very much. Have a good night from my end. You are muted, Nelson.
Oh, okay. I'm saying I wish you the same. I wish you a good night as well. The Liberian people are saying that you came with so much hope for them today. The message from Sunday, the message is still flowing
Yeah,
down.
we are still hopeful.
So
We are still
yeah,
hopeful. Yeah, God is on the throne. Thank you. Good night.
yes, sir. Well, folks, we want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. It's been a great show. An amazing interaction here tonight with the different guests coming on, the engagement with the panelists and all of that. It's been a very great show tonight, and we want to appreciate all of you who have been here making your contributions. Thanks to all of you who have been listening to the radio as well. As you know, we are always live across Radio Lane on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and of course, our affiliate radio stations across the country that are always relaying the show. Thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, Premium FM in Bonk, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seclipi in Nimba County. Many thanks to uh, all the radio stations that will sometimes relay the program even without telling us. We appreciate you for being here. And thanks to our online audience as well, all of you across the social media who always join us on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Those of you on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, our YouTube handle. We appreciate all of you. Thanks for being here. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. It's going to be a great day tomorrow. A lot happening across the country, and you can keep following Spoon as we will be giving you nothing less than the best, bring you up to speed with all of the happenings tomorrow as Liberians are looking eagerly to see how the different activities will turn out tomorrow from all angles. All right. So thanks for being here tonight. Thanks to all of you. I see Mr. Philip Bala. I see Cecilia Topo. Sumo Kawar. I see Nathaniel K. Hill. I see Charlie Tanu. Clarence Benson, my dear sister Freeman, Mabel Tuba, Charles Delan. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. Ruth Goba. Yes, let me just recognize a few of you before going. Harris, Kwemba Jr. Thanks for being here tonight as well. Thanks to the many of you who always come on, joining us from your respective locations. We look forward to bringing you another great show tomorrow. Shortly, you can join us on the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon, as we bring you another great show. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night and bye bye for now.
Yes, a special one from the CEOs downtown with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. George James on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep my graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I do, but today. Yes, I do, but today.
Okay, folks, it's a great way to welcome you tonight. Thanks for joining us on another edition of the program. This is the Late Night Show, the Late Night Politics on Spoon. We are live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia. Um, Many thanks to our affiliate radio stations across the country that are relaying the program. We appreciate everyone for coming on tonight. Please share the show as you come on. Let's hope you can share the program in your different WhatsApp groups, in your group chats. So we have a great conversation tonight. A lot to talk about. We're not going to be here long, but let's hope we can have a great show. Let me welcome a few of you joining us now. I see um, William C. Taylor has joined us. Charles DeLam, thanks for coming on. Francis Ray is here as well. William B. Morris. Nathaniel K. Hill has joined in. Thanks for coming on tonight. Eric McGill. Obento Chie Senior, thanks for joining us as well. Anthony Zewewar is here as well. Thanks for joining us. Chris Jackson. Yes, and thanks to everyone for coming on tonight. Clarence Benson, Tapet Toby. Yes, so please share the show as you come on tonight. Let's hope we can have a great show. Let's hope we can have a great conversation tonight on this edition of the program, the Late Night Show, the Late Night Politics on Spoon. I'd like to welcome everyone. As we talk Liberia tonight, as we discuss the issues, as we bring you the updates, like we do here throughout the week. And so, thanks for coming on tonight. Well, there's a lot happening across the country. And just to begin with, a lot of you have been following the activities at the legislature. It's been a long one. But today it took another trend, especially when Liberians woke up to news of the joint chambers being vandalized. And this has sparked some concerns and led to Liberians making some analysis and projections about everything that's transpiring at the level of the House of Representatives. Something that this is part of the regular political process, while others think that, look, this shouldn't be the case, since in fact even getting the joint chambers back to the previous status will cost some money, resources, and all of that, state resources, let me put it that way. So it isn't worth it. But again, this is where we are. There has been different responses to that situation since the news broke this morning. The chair on rules, order, and administration at the level of the House of Representatives, Representative Josiah Marvin Cole, at a point spoke in an interview with the chairman of the majority bloc. Not really an interview, but in a telephone conversation that was, you know, um, held between the two individuals, where he said that he remembers signing, some contract for renovation at the legislature, but he didn't know as to whether the renovation would have taken place at this particular time. He did confirm that yes, there was some contract signed. Renovation works were expected to be to get started at the joint chambers, but he didn't know when. So he was going to check in and get back to the chairman of the majority bloc. On the flip side, the majority bloc, then the chairman then reached out to the Senate to get words on the rules, order, and administration, because since it's a joint chambers, anything such as renovation or whatever that should be done at that facility should uh, come should be triggered by a joint resolution, a joint communication from both houses, indicating that something is about to be done here, since in fact the joint chambers does not belong to any specific house. It can be used by both houses, especially when both houses meet. Then they get to use that particular facility. So giving the situation where the both parties, the both houses, the House of Representatives and that of the Senate, have right over that facility. In the case where there's anything of such, there should be a communication. So the majority black has been, pushing the whole case that there wasn't any communication of such, and so that has been a concern. The chair on rules, order, and administration, at the level of the Liberian Senate, Blebo Brown, the senator, spoke in an interview from Ivory Coast where he's attending to some issues, and he says that, look, I'm not aware, as chairman on rules, order, and administration, I'm not aware of anything such as um, renovation works ongoing at the level of the House of Representatives, the joint chamber. So that put the whole situation, that made it even difficult to know exactly where we were. The security at the legislature have been speaking on that issue as well. We're going to bring you more details on that, what the different parties are saying. But this is happening when the House of Representatives is in this back and forth in this fight for the removal of the speaker. And so this is where we are with that. The ECOWAS delegation have started arriving in the country. It is expected that this team will meet with higher ups in the country tomorrow, to have conversations, to have discussions around how they can mitigate this tension at the level of the House of Representatives. The team have started arriving, and it is expected that the House of Representatives, the Speaker's block, the minority block, the majority block, and the different parties, the pro tem, the senators, the office of the vice president, and all of those people will meet with the ECOWAS, tomorrow as the delegation arrives in the country to have some conversation around how they can address this situation. Since, in fact, it has dragged on for 1 month, while other pressing national issues are at hand. So this has become of a serious concern, and that has led to the delegation arriving in the country now to find an amicable solution to the issue. Well, there are others who think that it is prudent, while others think that it is not even necessary at this point to have ECOWAS coming through, since in fact it is a political matter. It's all politics happening at the at the House of Representatives. So there are some who think that the House should handle her own issue, but not to have the involvement of ECOWAS. But the regional body is concerned about the happenings, and they've decided to come and find some ways they can work around this particular issue. In the midst of reports about the vandalization of the joint chambers, the Speaker's block, the anti-COFA block, have condemned this move. They've said that it's a disruption of democratic process, and they've said that they will have session there tomorrow, regardless what. I saw images where suggesting that they've purchased they've purchased their own chairs, just to ensure that they have session. That's in the case where the technicians or the maintenance team is unable to re-screw all those chairs that were removed. Then the majority block will be moving in with their own chairs to be able to get things on course there. And so they've condemned that in a press release issued today. The thing is undemocratic, it's unprecedented, and it undermines democratic practice at the first branch of government. Motor accident remains a major concern in the country. Quite recently, there was a major one that the Liberian National Police even had to speak to, claiming several lives, injuring so many people. Just yesterday, there was another one along the Ralphie Highway that saw a truck jamming a smaller vehicle, which then resulted to the driver pulling off the road, and and the vehicle ran, somersaulted. But thankfully, there wasn't any casualty as a result of that tragic, terrible situation. But there was a tragic accident uh, today, Monday morning. Let me put it that way, at about 3 a.m. And preliminary reports suggest that the driver may have fallen asleep while on wheels, and that then resulted to a vehicle a loss of control. He lost control of the vehicle, and it resulted to an accident. Um, there are 5 victims so far as we speak, and those people were all business people traveling to Monrovia, and that is a serious that is of serious concern. The Liberia National Police is investigating the situation, and those people were traveling from Nimba on their way to Monrovia, and at about 3 a.m. this morning, they were involved in a tragic motor accident. Um, yes, so preliminary investigation has it that the accident was as a result of the driver sleeping on wheels, driving exhausted, very tired, but then you wanted to make the trip and you were sleeping on wheels, and it resulted to that terrible accident. And so, yes, that is something that is of concern. The latest one the police spoke to was the situation again that took away so many lives. This time around, it was about an abandoned vehicle, that was just left on the side of the road. No reflector, no traffic cone, no indicator that a vehicle had broken down. Let me bring mobile on. There was no indicator that the vehicle had broken down, and then and that this bus, ran into that vehicle, taking away so many lives. So, road accident and all of those things remain of serious concern in the country, because it's claiming so many lives. Mobile, I want to welcome you to the show, but let me just conclude just a few of these updates, then I get you to do your official opening. The former Associate Justice, Kabina Janet, is threatening some unspecified protest action for the release of his client, Kaifa Sheriff, and accusing the government of Liberia of illegally kidnapping his client. And he's claiming that his client was removed from the Monrovia Central Prison on the 3rd of November without court approval. He is accusing the government of Liberia of delivering his client to the Guinean government, and this is a serious concern. And he has vowed to continue protesting until justice is served for his client. Of course, he was just on the primetime show just not too long, and he's been speaking to a lot of other issues here tonight. Yeah, so that is where we are with that. Um, and then just a quick one. Just before I give over to Mobile, uh, the issue of pre-trial detention in Liberia remains a major concern, and of course, there has been some efforts made to address the issues. You remember when Councillor Gloria Musu's card was released? Immediately when she came out, her first engagement with the media was the concern she had about pre-trial detainees, pre-trial detention across the country, people who have not been given their full time in court, or who have not been given due process, but based on the nature of the crimes that they are alleged to have committed, will some bailable, non-bailable offenses, and then they will have to be in pre-trial detention until everything can be concluded, the process can be concluded, until they can be established that they did the act or they didn't do the act. In the case where they committed the act, then they will have to go and further serve their sentence. If they didn't commit the act, then they will be released. But those pre-trial detainees, are increasing across the different correction facilities in the country. In Buchanan, Grand Bassa County, for example, um 24 pre-trial detainees were released by the Second Judicial Circuit Court in the county due to the lack of trial following years. So those people have been behind bars for so many years. So many years. Imagine somebody say mobile rape, for example. God forbid, it will not happen, but mobile rape. And somebody say, and you know, yeah, I want to use you as an example. It's not a bad thing. And then so since there are other cases on the docket, I say, but this rape thing is non-billable, you know. Also, you said somebody killed another person, is non-billable. Murder, no. So you have to be behind bars. But then you behind bars, you're yet to be uh given due process. You yet to have your time in court, but you're there for years. And so the Second Judicial Circuit Court in Grand Bassa County look at the issue for long, and they just released 24 pre-trial detainees. 24 of those people were released. So they were on pre-trial detention, and they've been in prison for extended period. Um, and so today, the court decided to release them. So according to the judge, his action is in alignment with Section 18.2 of the Liberia Criminal Procedure Law, and with which mandates timely trial for those pre-trial detainees. You know, so that's where we are with that. And yes, we look forward to how it goes, but I think it speaks to a whole lot. We've seen consistently reports, the U.S. Department of State report that will come up will always highlight the issue of human rights, and then they will go follow to the issue of pre-trial detention in the country. That is one area that the government of Liberia have never scored a very good mark. They've always fallen short when it comes to that aspect. Though there have been consistent calls as well for the justice system, you know, to be empowered, the correction facilities to get the necessary support so that they can be able to maybe expand the facilities and address these issues of pre-trial detentions across the country. But that has remained a major concern, and of course, folks have been looking at that. But it's a good thing that we're here tonight, and to get the show started, I'd like to welcome again everyone to the show. Thanks for joining us. Please share the program as you come on tonight, and let's have a great conversation about Liberia. Let's talk Liberia. Let's talk about the issues that are happening across Liberia, and we will subsequently afford you, our audience, the time to have your say on those issues. Moba, welcome to the show. Let's have you do your opening. Yeah, it's a joint chambers. It's for both the Senate and the House of Representatives. So Moba, I want to understand something. Do you have an issue? Do you have a problem with the lawmakers making chairs available for their session tomorrow? Is that where the issue is? Or is your issue with the vandalization of the facility today? Mama, you may have a point here. You may have a point here. Sorry, I was trying to make some adjustments in the background, but you may have a point here, Mama. And you're right. The lawmakers were able to get some cheers, and maybe I should put the photos up. They were able to get some cheers. Before going to the chair issue, I want to play. I want to play a video here. I will not display the video on the screen. I will just bring you the audio of an interaction between Representative Marvin Cole and Representative Samuel Koga. And it's very important for us to take a look at this. Both lawmakers had an engagement today. And you will hear in this audio one of the lawmakers saying that, look, okay, so let's do this, guys. Let's have a listen to this. Mobile, can you hear it? Is it clear enough? Okay. So let me do this. Yeah, there's a little feedback. It's based on the way the recording was done. But in this recording, you're listening to Representative Marvin Cole, who happens to be the chairman of the House's Rules and Order Committee, saying to Representative Samuel Koga what he knows about the vandalization that happened today. And the brief portion of the clip we just played, he's saying he received a communication from a group, the maintenance team, about some work that's supposed to be done there. He'll go further to talk about a contract he signed and all of that, and then it will get to that point about the chairs and all of that, and which I think is very important for us to get for the sake of the conversation tonight. Let's have a listen here.
And I signed that contract for modernization. But I mean, almost more than 3 months ago, I was sitting here, so I spoke to modernization people in the beginning, when I heard about it, and the place was vandalized. That is a word that to me this morning, and the security force, I told them I'm more aware of any vandalization. But I had this call to Honorable Priscilla Cooper and Honorable Jerry Yoko. He said, no, the building of vandalized, we are the one working there. The company for Delta Architectural and Design Company has a contract with us that working in our own chamber.
Okay, so I don't know where Moba is. We're going to take this clip one after. This is the lawmakers speaking. The House's Rules and Order Committee chair. He's saying that he got the information, he communicated with his colleagues, Honorable Priscilla Cooper and another lawmaker whose name he mentioned, and they told him that yes, they were aware of what was happening there, that there was some work being done there. He started out by saying that there was an agreement, some contract signed with this company to do, to do some maintenance work at the facility. So the first portion of this audio we just played clearly indicates that if not Representative Marvin, to some extent, Representative Cole was aware of what was happening. And he said he communicated with some of his colleagues who also told him that, yes, they were working there. But I want us to go a bit further. Let me take it from here. Okay, so let's take it from here.
Architectural and Design Company has a contract with us that working in our own chamber, and at the same group of people under the work that we go hand there now. I would have felt that the timing maybe would be planned differently because of the conflict and what happened. So as far as I know, that is my understanding of it. But to say it is rules, order, and administration that physically got in contact with the company and authorized the company to modernization, even when the name Michael Thomas signed that contract. But even related issue at the time, so if you ask him if we are, he can admit to that. Michael Thomas signed that contract. It is that contractor that say that he took up there and did the work and started the work. And they should be there the money or this after to continue what they were doing. But when somebody tell you, I have not been there, I've been the first to conference room, I was trying to walk there to see what went on there. If things are destroyed, then I'm walking there to go see, I'm going back to the I don't think any of us will engage in that. Okay, so I just want to register to you officially that while it is true that the modernization may have had some level of authority to carry out, normally parliamentary wise, whenever any work is to be done, we will be cited or informed, in the chat room officially, that the process that we discuss is about getting back on and what have you. On the contrary, we look up to the rules order administration, who is the administrative arm of the building, to intervene. So I'm asking you and telling you at this time that we are conducting session over there, is that whatsoever that it is dismantled is replaced in right for for smooth operation of the both houses or your house. Because as I speak to you, I'm at the Senate. And the Senate is saying that they are not aware of any demolition or the resolution. But normally it should be a joint resolution by the both parties. And that resolution should be signed. It's a decision that requires both houses. But the chamber does not belong to the House of Representatives. In that light, I'm calling to let you know officially, as the head of the majority members, that please, the area over there, they should re-screw the area. Everyone was supposed to meet everyone in that chamber tomorrow. If it doesn't re-screw it, we will still have session there tomorrow. I just want to tell you, as an official caveat, we are not in violence, we are not at war, but we'll have session there tomorrow.
Okay, so let me hold it right there, Moba. This is it. The lawmaker is saying that Representative Cole, that he heard about the situation. He asked his colleagues, and his colleagues said yes, there was no vandalization. They were the ones working there. But then he goes on to say that, this company, the timing might just not seem right, but they are doing some work there. The folks on the other end are saying that they need to have session. Regardless of what the situation is, they will have session. If you went further in that conversation, there's a point where he said, if it will cost us to bring our chairs from our homes or our offices to go and sit there, we will do it. But let me hear your take on this issue, Moba. Mm. No, again, if you really take a look at the chairs, maybe I should put some of the photos up. They're not destroyed, but they were rather removed. All right, they were unscrewed from the different points. Yeah, so the folks unscrew the chairs and remove some of the carpets from there. But Mama, I want to understand from you. What did you expect? Since we stay on the chair situation, let's stick there a bit. I'm going to bring the response from the security advisor at the level of the house there, the chief of security at the level of the house. What their own version of the story it was. But what did you expect, Moba? Did you expect a situation where the majority black will not have a session today because the chairs were unscrewed? Okay, so not having session because there's no chair. No, I'm coming, Moba. Not having session because there's no chair versus purchasing new chairs to make sure that session goes on. Which of the two do you think was necessary? Mama, do you think that it's as simple as the way you're saying it? Just push it back up. Mhm. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. They're taking the chair at the very joint chambers, Moba. Come on, Moba. But but again, Emmy, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on tonight. Okay, so Moba, if I'm getting you, the point. So these are the chairs. These are the new chairs, the brand new chairs that were bought today by the folks at the House of Representatives. They say, look, we're not going to sit by and say we're not having session. The business of the Liberian people must go on. Though Moba is on the other side, Moba is against the majority bloc. He supports the minority bloc, but session must go on. We must do the business of the Liberian people. So if it will mean that we go into our personal savings or go into anywhere we can go and get chair, we will get it. And they bought those chairs. As you see right on the screen, these are the brand new chairs that were bought today. Was it a good idea or not? Mobile, you think it wasn't a good idea because there are schools across the country. Okay. Thank you, Moba. Thanks a lot. I want to hold you there. Moba thinks these chairs, buying this, all these chairs we see here is a waste of resources and all of that. But Emmy, welcome to the show. Let's hear your take on this issue. You know, mhm. No, but Mama, you have to give Emmy her time because you took all the time onto yourself to disagree with the idea of chairs being purchased. So it's just fair you give Emmy her time. Thank you. But again, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Moba, the fact remains that the current condition of the chairs at the joint chambers cannot permit the lawmakers to have session in it, to have session sitting in those chairs like that. No. Right? The manner in which the work was being done, okay. The way the chairs were being removed and twisted, bent over or whatever, this is not something that the technicians will do in few hours, in 1 or 2 hours. All right. So, two things would have happened here. All right. Two things: either get new chairs, do the librarian people business on today, and then thereafter you can get the technical team start to work, or you find somewhere else where you can have session or whatever. Or to say you have. Thank you. I want to hold you there, Emmy. Anthony, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on. Let's bring our brother Chris City on. He's been reaching out. Let's bring him on as a guest panelist tonight. Chris, welcome to the late night show. It's good to have you on as well. We're gonna come to you to do your official opening and chime in on the conversation. But let's get our brother Anthony to come on. But Anthony, just before you come on, I want to play. Yeah, you will make your clarity mobile. You will make your clarity. Sorry, but let's play a video here. This is the security director at the Capitol building speaking on this particular issue. Let's put 1 and 2 together to see if it's going to make sense here for us tonight. Let's listen to what he had to say. And this is very important. I want us to hold it here just before I bring in. No, no, you understand it here, Moba. You understand it later. Moba, you understand it later. You Yeah, but I want us to go around the table. I'm going to come back to you. I heard you. You just mentioned you have a clarity to make. I'm going to come back to you, Moba. But Anthony, let's hear your take on this issue. The security. Even the security at the legislature is saying that they have absolutely no idea of the renovation work. Some of those people have been there for a very long time, so they know what the process is like in the case where there's supposed to be a renovation. There should be communication. Even the security should be communicated to, and they should be in the know. But they said they just woke up while doing infantry, and they got to know that the District 12, Jerry Yekwa. I don't know how many of you know Jerry Yekwa, the Jerry Yekwa we're talking about. And that's the representative of District 12. Yes. So your take on this issue. And then in just few hours, the majority bloc got some brand new chairs. They say they're gonna have session tomorrow. They're gonna make sure that they do business regardless of what's happening. 30 seconds, Anthony. 30 seconds. But and this is very important. You know, and I know we want to talk about the University of Liberia not having chairs. I know we want to talk about the people in Bokonjile. I know we want to talk about the people in Town, the people all the way in Sino County and Maryland County, the people in Bomi, in Cape Mount, places where the cars cannot reach. But Anthony, we played a clip earlier on about a communication between Representative Samuel Coker, the chairman of the majority bloc, and that of Representative Marvin Cole. Back and forth, Marvin Cole said, yes, I spoke to my colleagues. They said they were doing renovation work. Priscilla Cooper and Representative Jerry Yokbo, they're doing renovation work. Samuel Coker said, look, I don't care about what renovation you're doing. We're meeting ECOWAS tomorrow. We got to do the Liberian people's job. So the best I can do is to go and make sure that those chairs are up the way it should be because we have guests coming tomorrow. Anthony, given the situation at hand, yes, we don't have chairs in the different schools across the country. But do you think it would have been prudent enough for the majority bloc to say, yes, because we didn't get chair on UL campus, we didn't get chair in Bogonjile, even though ECOWAS meeting all tomorrow, but ECOWAS will come and ECOWAS will sit down on the ground, ECOWAS will sit down on the chair and where they're bad bend, and then we have whatever meeting we're supposed to have there. Let's forget about buying chair because we don't get chair in Bokonjile. I mean, Anthony, is that? Oh yeah, obviously the theater, yeah. No, but I want us to get it right. It's not going to be a joint session. Mhm. Thank you. No, Anthony, I want to understand. Maybe you have to reinforce this point. Does the buying of new chair in any way indicate that the lawmakers don't care about the Liberian people? Mhm. Thank you. I want to hold you there. Thank you, Anthony. Let's hear from our brother Chris Silly is a guest panelist on tonight for the first time. Thanks for joining us, Chris. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you. Let's hear your take on the issue at hand. You think so? Mhm. Yeah. Separately. Yeah, you can meet with the both parties at once because there's a crisis. No, but again, Chris, there's something happening here. Maybe, and I don't want us to give a blind eye to it. The guys have said that they're not going in that chambers where the speaker is for Kofa. They're not going there. All right. Not just that they don't want to sit under his gavel, but they're not going there. That's why they have absolutely no connection with everything that's happening there. Do you think ECOWAS will take them there? You think so? You think with the coming of ECOWAS, that would be reason enough for them to go there? But Chris, in all fairness, do you think the lawmakers cannot each of them buy a chair to go and sit on at the joint chambers? Okay, okay. So you're agreeing that a lawmaker can afford to buy a chair, right? To sit on to do the business for the side that they support. But you don't agree that they should have used their money to buy the chair because there's no chair at the UL. So Chris, I want to get something. Are you saying that they should have addressed all the situations, libraries in the school, computer lab, internet, connectivity, good road connectivity, everybody eating 3 times a day before they can buy chair to do the librarian people's job that they decided to do, especially so with ECOWAS coming to the country? Hmm. Hmm. Thank you. I want to hold you there. Maybe I'm going to come back to you. Let's take Emmy and Mobile to make their points quickly, and then I'm going to come to you, Bida. Emmy, just take 1 minute quickly. Let's hear you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, let's take. Okay, I saw mobile. Mobile wanted to make a quick point. Mobile, go ahead. Let's hear you quickly. It's the door part of the maintenance work. It's the door part of the maintenance. So you mean they should sit in a rocking chair, in a shaking chair, where if you went in front, you came back, you fall, mobile. Let's be realistic with some of these conversations. Okay, thank you. I want to hold you there and bring BI. Thank you. Thank you. Let me hold you there. But folks, this is where we are. The ECOWAS delegation have started to arrive in the country, and you see in the background there that's Senator Edwin Melvin Snow. You know, the lawmakers are divided on this particular issue as to whether or not we need ECOWAS in everything that's happening here. And some of them think that Liberia is a sovereign country. We're mature enough, to handle our own issue, and that everything that's happening now is the politics of it. So we should give the politics, a chance to play out, and let's see what the outcome is, how it's going to end up. While we're talking about this, um, the budget is expected to be presented. Um, the lawmakers have summoned two officials of the executive that are supposed to appear tomorrow, Transport and LWSC. While we're having this conversation, the speaker has said that, look, I will not resign. A pledge. Everything on his social media handles, and all of the lawmakers are copying it, and and stuff like that. I mean, I want us to have a conversation around this. Can ECOWAS change anything? Are we going to see the issue being resolved after ECOWAS intervention tomorrow? The situation that's happening at the House now, especially with the quote unquote vandalization of the joint chambers. Where could this possibly be coming from? Where could this be possibly coming from? Um, is there any reason to think? Anyway, let me hold it there. But let's start this conversation with Bila, and then we're gonna go around the table because Bila is here to speak. Go ahead, Bila. So Peter, I want us to go back to this just before I move to Mobile and Anthony, and then to our brother City. Um, are we about to see a shift here? Are we okay, but then you will take your time right after Bila, then before we go to are we about to see a shift here with the involvement of ECOWAS? You know, the million team is already here. The full team will be here tomorrow. They're gonna start engaging. Are we about to see a shift, Bila? Are we about to see what happened so many years ago that with their involvement we started to see some semblance of peace in our country? Now, is this mission going to be fruitful? Is it going to be a fruitful one? Are the lawmakers even in the position to listen to ECOWAS at the moment? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Peter, I want to hold you there. Let's take Anthony. Anthony, take your 1 minute, 30 seconds on this issue. Thank you. No, no, you have 30 seconds remaining, Deacon. Go ahead. Let's hear you quickly. No, we are about to end up on the Kumi statement, the ANC. Why are they even speaking now? Whether it's a belated statement or not, we will digest the content. We don't want to go into it now, but just end up with your 30 seconds. Thank you. But just before going again, Anthony, do you think ECOWAS is going to achieve her objective tomorrow? Meeting with the president, meeting with the vice president, meeting with the pro tem, meeting with the both sides. at the House of Representatives and trying to resolve this issue. Thank you. Thank you. Um, let's hear you, mobile, and then we'll take see Emmy will take us home. Thank you. Thank you. I want to hold you there. Yeah, not correct. 10 seconds. Thank you, gentle guys. Gentle guys. Gentle guys. Thank you. But Sadie, let's hear your take on this issue, and then we'll go. Thank you. Thank you, Sadie. Emmy, let's hear your take on this issue. Well, thank you. Thanks a lot, Emmy. Thank you very much for your input. Folks, we are out of time. We're about to do our closing now. But which letter? Mama, you're right, and that's exactly what we're going to. We were just um. So let's do this. Let's do this. Let's 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 do this, guys. I want to read a portion of the communication because we ain't get time for the entire thing to read the entire. Yeah. So Anthony can say we give him a blank. Okay. So I want to go straight into the main issue. You know, he talks about without respect for the rule of the constitution and rule of law, the nation cannot claim to have stability and all of those things. The advice from the Supreme Court, what they did. The country has been engulfed with looming political and constitutional crisis. Let me go to where it says, um, let me go to where it says, against this backdrop, because I where the main me message coming out. All I other one, you are just trying to dress the the point he wants to make. Against this backdrop, we urge all parties to the conflict in the House of Representatives to put the interest of the country and the Liberian people high above any and all other considerations by seeking recourse through the Constitution and laws which they have sworn an oath to uphold and defend. The crisis in the House of Representatives also requires a deep reflection on the part of our other branches of government as they discharged their duties and responsibility under constitutional doctrines of separate but coordinate. It behooves both branches of the executive and judiciary to act to remove and not complicate. Oh yes, sorry, thank you. To act to resolve and not complicate the current crisis. We owe it to the Liberian people and posterity. It must never, it must never be lost on all concerns that we live in a rapidly changing and competitive, interconnected world. The actions of that's the action or interaction of any one branch have a serious implication for the perception of our shared determination and commitment to building a society governed by the rule of law. The speeded resolution of the current stalemate in the first branch of government will not only demonstrate leadership at home, but will project a positive image abroad that we are responsible. We are a responsible member of the Committee of Nations, capable of resolving our governance challenges without external intervention. Final paragraph says, we will continue to encourage honest dialogue and negotiations on all sides within the perimeters of the rule of law. We must continue to give our citizens hope that change is possible and progress is possible. We cannot continue to do the same thing over and over and expect different results. I think all of you can agree with me as I read the further line. We cannot continue to do the same thing over and over and expect. This is what does Vasco say? Monotonous. No, Anthony. No, Anthony. Not because we, not because we read Mr. Kumi's statement that you were no, it's not your turn. It's not your turn. Anthony, it's not your turn. You can okay, so Anthony, do your closing everything in one. Just do your closing everything in one. Take your 1 minute. No, no. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry. We can have. We can have. Oh, I was actually on the phone. Sorry, guys. Me- No, 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 no. But why is Mr. Cummings even speaking now? You know. Listen, 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 listen. Anthony, Mr. Cummings said nothing different. No, 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 guys, no. I will mute. I will mute Anthony. I will mute Mobile. I will mute everybody because Mr. Kumi said nothing. The same thing that everybody's been saying. That the same thing Mr. Kumi said. The same thing Mobile been saying. The same thing Anthony been saying. The same thing Bila been saying. Amy been saying. Vasco, even George been saying. It's the same thing Mr. Kumi said. You have respect the constitution, and you have keep doing the thing here. It will not show good image about the country, and when we can resolve our own issue, people will respect us. That is the same thing. Anthony, yeah, do your closing. I mean, everybody just do your closing. No, Anthony is done. But Anthony wants to hype this statement like, there were revelations made and there were policies. Come on, Anthony. Anthony, man. Put your camera up and go to bed, Anthony. Please. But guys, let's do our closing. Uh, you know, no, the guys have the way they call it political. I know what homo jomo or yomo jomo. That's a political yomo jomo. You know, guys, man. But sitting here, Chris is a Kumi supporter, so I don't want to anger the guys. Uh, Moba, do your closing. Let's take what we need to do. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Thank you, Moba. Thanks a lot for your input, Moba. Chris, please do your closing 1 minute. Let's hear you. The state order. Thank you very much, Sadie. Peter, take us home. I think Emmy is already gone, but go ahead, Peter. 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Emmy, let's hear you. Take us home. That's the joint chambers for the both houses. It's joint because it belongs to the two houses. When the two houses meet, that's where they sit. Yeah, so the Senate has a chambers, the House of Representatives has a chambers where they conduct their separate businesses. But like you have the State of the Nation address, where the president is meeting with both the Senate and the House of Representatives. That's the joint chambers. Sorry for the way Moba called it. Maybe he misled you. But when they put there, yeah, so Moba Latin, not Chimo. Not Chimo. That Chimo, from way down the line, say, go be the Chimo in the evening. No, no, no. Listen. Moba, the way you call it, if you can confuse me, then confuse so many people down there. Look, look, guys. Joe, look, guys, let me do this. We will not sit on the show and be calling our high profile facilities and that. No, Baba, after that Chimo. No, now the Chimo bucket, down there bashing the thing. So if you confusing Army, think of how many people you're confusing tonight. I don't see how Oman listen to the show. So how Oman listen to the show. No. Baba, so how come I listening to this show and asking what kind of chimo bucket they children they talking about? Baba, they're not chimo. So it's a joint chamber. So go ahead, Emmy. That's just for the fun of it. Thank you. Thank you. Um, be like your baby crying. You gotta mute. But I want to say thanks to everyone. It's been a good show tonight. Thank you, Chris, for being on here for the first time. Yes, you're always welcome. Emmy there is our our gatekeeper. But yeah, so okay, no, we'll handle all of that in the background. But um, yeah, but thanks to Anthony Gay. Anthony, since he made the point about Mr. Cummings, he disappeared, and that's just it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Mr. Cummings is happy with Anthony on the show tonight. But Anthony, thank you. We appreciate you. Moba, thanks a lot for being on as well. And Bila, we appreciate you for coming on tonight. We look forward to having a great show tomorrow. It's a good thing, whenever Moba comes on the show, when he comes on the show and there's no coffee, there's no rare cup, you expect the best out of Moba. The best, you know. And Moba has been at his best today, you know. But Moba, thank you. We appreciate you for being on tonight. Let's hope we can have a great show tomorrow. Thanks to all of our people, Nathaniel Hill, on the red, Morgan, um, Maradine, Eric Denta, everybody. We appreciate all of you guys for being forward to being here. Till then, we love you all. Have a good night and